right, I'll call this April 9th, 2025 meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission and Urban Forestry Board to order. Wilson, can we please have a roll call?
Chair Bryant,
Yes, here.
Chair Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Helios.
Here.
Vice Chair Michener
Here.
and Commissioner Summer.
Here.
Commissioners are here and welcome to members of the public and to the city staff. Thank you, and those that are participating online. Our first order of business is approval of the minutes. We'll get comments from the commission and then any comments from the public and further discussion from the commission if needed. Any comments?
I have a question. It's okay. Go. Okay.
Commissioner.
I have a question for staff, just not to create any more work for anybody, but in the minutes, like on item 5.1 from last time, how does the council know what we preferred? Because it's not listed in the minutes, but you took a poll of all of us, and I didn't know how that's relayed to council if it's not in the minutes.
So we were looking for some general direction from you, of which we will incorporate into our next steps. It's not necessarily an item that we will be forwarding a recommendation.
Well, I think the one I was speaking of was when that was the council work
I'm
plan
sorry.
or
Yes.
work thing, and they wanted us to rate our priorities. We got to pick 3. And I was just wondering how that moves forward since it's not listed in the minutes.
Right, so that is Lindsay Wong who presented that item. She has met with each of the community services related, each of the advisory bodies. She tabulated each of those, and then she is forwarding those to the city council. And so it will be a package from all of our advisory bodies, not just the PRC.
With that in mind too, with the other item that you just mentioned, we had some pretty good discussion about where we were with the report that was presented by staff. And there was input from us. And does council get any updates of where we have, what we discussed with regards to that as well? Or is it just something when it formally goes to council?
Correct, we'll wait till it formally goes to council.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I had similar thoughts and comments, Commissioner Helios. Yeah, we talked for over an hour on an item, and I think ultimately to conclude it, Director Marchand said that the staff would go back and look at the development timeline and see what it could bring back as far as next steps. The minutes said staff received input. You know, and I thought, okay, so we spoke for over an hour, and I thought that was a rather thin capturing of that. And I realized that the principal purpose of the minutes is really to demonstrate compliance with, we're following the agenda accordingly. I looked at some of the other advisory minutes, and specifically like the bicycle and pedestrian committee, and they do capture commentary from the advisory board members. So, and I'm prepared to accept the minutes. It's just a comment that if there's something of that substantial, a discussion, over an hour of discussion, maybe some glimmer of what the conclusions or thoughts are would be a good idea. Thank goodness we've got the video to refer back to. But with that, I'm certainly prepared to accept the minutes. Before we do that, we'll take a comment from the public. If anyone in attendance would like to provide public comment on this item, number 3, please fill out the blue card or indicate your interest in discussing. Any comments from the public on item number 3? All right, any further commission discussion?
So let me just weigh in on this particular issue. I also looked at the minutes, although it actually took me several tries because I kept on getting a message that said not available. But today I managed it. And it took me like 30 seconds to read because it really reflects absolutely nothing but who made the motion and and who spoke from the public. And I remember the good old days when actually everything the commission said was written down, and it was really difficult for staff. It was difficult for the commissioners to read it and say, I didn't completely mean it like that. But it would be nice to have something that would reflect that there was an hour of discussion. Because it's true that one can always go back to the video, but really, it's true, it's possible, but very few people will do it, and I doubt council would do it because they really don't have the time for it. So even just how long it took to talk about it, maybe, would not take much staff time, but would reflect the fact that there was a lot of discussion. Because otherwise this, it may be legally necessary, but otherwise it's absolutely no use in this.
We'll check in with the other advisory bodies and make sure we're following standard.
Any other comments in the minutes? Yeah, entertain a motion. So I'll move that we.
And I'll second.
Okay. And yeah.
Okay, we have Commissioner Bryan.
Yes.
Commissioner Felios.
Yes.
Commissioner Summer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mitchner.
Yes.
And Chair Davis.
Yes. Okay, we've approved minutes. Next on the agenda, item number 4 is oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the commission on any matter that's not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and state law prohibits the commission from acting on any non-agenda items. If anyone in attendance would like to provide public comment, please fill out the blue card and hand it to Allison or leave it on the podium. Is there anybody that would like to speak to anything not on the agenda? Anybody online, Allison?
I do have one hand.
So
Greetings, everybody. Bruce England here on Wisman Station Drive, member of Green Spaces Mountain View. Several things during this portion. I actually did have a comment on the minutes approval, so I'm not sure why you decided not to take comment on that. But I want to echo that the more detail that shows up in the minutes, the better. And the public does care about that. And the public sometimes does notice things that are lacking in the minutes that you all don't necessarily. So I think taking public comments during that portion would be good. I know you're in the Maple Room and it's an unusual place for you to be, but the volume is not particularly good on the audio. I've got it cranked all the way up and I'm really having a hard time hearing. On all of the agenda items, I want to bring this up now instead of trying to bring it up during the individual ones. Green Spaces Mountain View has a long-standing position on not removing existing trees. We appreciate the replacements. And that can be a really good thing, but taking down living trees as part of a development process doesn't make sense to us. If you take down trees, it should be for biological reasons, not for land development. That's it. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. England. And that's my omission. I apologize. I thought I had asked for public comment, but I did. You missed it, Bruce.
No, I was on mute. I had my hand up, but I wasn't called on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Our bad, our
We'll do better.
apologies. Thank you for your comment.
We're bouncing on culpability. Thank you.
And we'll try to speak, put a little more volume in our voices so you can hear us.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Bruce. Any other comments from the web audience?
No more.
So we'll proceed to item 5.1, heritage tree removal application and appeal for 1851 Apple Tree Lane. Staff will present a report. The appellant will then have 10 minutes to present and speak. The commission will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the presenter, including the staff and appellant. Then we'll have open public comment. And then staff will have an additional 2 minutes to make any final comments, and the appellate will have 2 minutes. So with that, Mr. Hanson, are you presenting?
Yes, sir.
Paul, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, commissioners. Wait for the screen share to come up real quick. Change the resolution. There we go. All right, again, thank you, commissioners. Russ Hanson, Urban Forest Manager for the city of Mountain View. Appreciate listening this evening. Again, here for 1851 Apple Tree Lane Heritage Tree Appeal. Basically what we're dealing with on this property is 2 liquid ambers, American sweet gums. One of them would be measured at 16 inches in diameter at 4.5 feet above grade, or excuse me, 54 inches, and then 17 inches in diameter. Both trees, when we looked at them, appeared to be in both good health and good structure. The application that we received from the property owner listed trees do not have proper grow space. Tree removal is necessary to construct improvements. Tree is interfering with utility services, and tree is growing in close proximity to structures and causing damage, or will do so in the future. So those are the 4 criteria that we were looking at. When I start digging into those individual criterias, this is a photo of tree number 1. Actually, let me backtrack a little bit to give perspective. Tree number 1 is the tree closest to the street. Tree number 2 is the one that's set back a little bit further into the property. So sorry for not making that clear at first. This would be tree number 1, out closer to the street. As you can see by the red arrow on the photo here, there is some lifting of that lower panel of the driveway. We estimated it to be about 4 inches, but ultimately weren't able to determine kind of what was causing it, just assuming that it was roots, because there are roots visible within that planter headed that direction. That's kind of the assumption that we were working on, but we don't know how many, how big, anything along those lines. Second photo, same tree, just a little bit closer to the driveway, different angle. You can see there's a couple of cracks that have formed in the driveway. In this case, we actually do believe that again, they may be caused by the roots, but we don't know the size of the roots. We don't know too much about whether root pruning would be a decent approach or not, simply because we don't have visibility on it. So those are the main key points on the roots for tree number 1 or 2, excuse me, number 1, number 2, further up the driveway. Little harder to tell, but on the left-hand side there in that top arrow, you can see that there's a little bit of a peaking to the driveway where they just aren't, I'll say, flush across. But there's no separation or anything else. As you come back down lower left, it's a little below the stepping stones, but ultimately couldn't tell you if that's because the stepping stones are off a little or the driveway's moved. And then that bottom middle arrow, most definitely we were able to divide or to identify at least a 1.5 inch root that was going between those stepping stones heading back towards the back of the property. Again, beyond that one root, we just don't have visibility, so we weren't able to make, I'll say, a educated decision or an informed decision. Next slide here, as we go back on that side of the property, you can see again, the walkway that's along that edge has definitely been lifted or displaced. Again, we didn't have access. It hasn't been removed, so we can't identify if it's just one route that's running along that whole distance or if there are multiple routes. So it makes it real difficult for us to make a determination if it actually is going to impact the tree enough that it should be removed. We go back to the next slide. In terms of canopy, the top left arrow, it's kind of difficult, but you might be able to make it out. There's a couple of high voltage electrical lines that run over the top of these trees. PG&E has been maintaining clearance on them of about 5 feet plus. But in general, they're nice rounded canopies. They're not the typical that we see of the mature trees that have been really brought down and headed on a regular basis. It also is competing with the street light. That's that middle arrow at the top there. And then the lower right, or kind of top right, but the bottom one, those are just other utility lines, cable, phone, et cetera, that are kind of running through the middle of the tree. And we typically don't concern ourselves too much with those because they are low voltage or otherwise. And so it's just a matter of managing that for clearance. Next one of the other considerations is it was preventing construction improvement. What that was related to is the property owner has suggested widening the driveway to the left where these trees that we're reviewing tonight are actually located. What we had suggested is rather than removing the two larger trees, it would be far nicer to remove the Japanese maple that you can see a little closer up to the driveway there, closer to the house. That one is something that could be easily transplanted, and that would allow the driveway to be shifted that other direction. So you still get the wideness if you want to park in the driveway, exit the vehicle onto paved area, et cetera. But ultimately, it wouldn't necessarily line up with the garage. Instead of being a little bit off alignment on the left, it'd be a little bit off alignment on the right. But that's where we were going with the construction improvements, is there was not any obstructions that we were aware of that would prevent us from moving it to the right there. So it really just comes down to the roots that we weren't really able to look at too closely until the concrete gets removed. So bottom line, the four recommendations that we had is that we denied based on trees number 1 and 2, based on the condition of the trees requiring removal based on their overall structure and health. And there was no evidence that large limb failure or other nuisance damage or interference that could not be addressed through corrective pruning at this point. So second one, we found staff's evaluation 1 and 2 did not find removal of the heritage tree was necessary in order to construct improvements because there was alternative options available for expansion of the driveway that would still preserve these 2 trees in question. Third one, staff's evaluation of tree 1 and 2 found that the tree and structure of the canopy is fair to good. Therefore, the criteria was not met. And then staff's evaluation of 1 and 2 did not find the tree should be removed due to good forestry practice, as no facts were submitted to support this criteria. So that was staff's findings this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Now the appellant has 10 minutes to present, speak, provide any other information.
Should I just stand from here or?
Yeah, please use the podium if you wouldn't mind.
My name is David Charles. I'm the homeowner of the property, and good opinion to the commissioner and Mr. Hanson. So Mr. Hanson pretty much provide all the reports, but the priority is not to expand the driveway, but that's not our goal. Our goal is we want to fix the driveway, because if you can see from the picture, actually I also got lots of photos that I can show. Maybe you can see from much closer. That the roots have surfaced, right, and then it has lift up the paver on the driveway. Similarly, on the side walkway, it has been lifted and then strengthened on one side. So even my fence, my gate cannot be closed. So I have to call people to cut the bottom of the gate a few times already. So it's not about we try to expand the driveway, make it larger. It's not about that. It's about how going forward, how are we going to solve this problem? If I spend lots of money in fixing the driveway and fixing this side walkway, what's the guarantee that the same problem is not going to happen down, let's say, 5 years from now, right? It's going to cost a homeowner lots of money and maintenance, of course. Not to mention those 2 trees are directly below the power line. So PG&E that's not going to come and trim the tree every year, right? It's not there's a phone number you can call them, ask them to come and trim the tree. So the last 12 years I've been living in this house, they only come twice. So the other time I have to call somebody to do some maintenance. So it's a cost to the homeowner. But I understand that we can, maybe some space that we can expand the driveway, but that's not it's not a problem. I don't really care about the driveway expansion. I care more how are we going to solve this problem. What is the solution here? Right? I mean, replacing the walkway, replacing the driveway, yeah, it can be done, right? Cost money, time. But how can we be sure 5 years from now, the road is not going to cause the same damage? I mean, it's the same problem, right? For pretty much everybody. pretty sure you guys have had a lot of this issue so many times, so. Yeah, I'm just looking like for solution. I mean, I have the photo, you guys want to see, so you can see it much up close. You guys interested, so.
Also, we can pass those photos down.
I mean, yeah. Show you. Yeah.
Mr. Chow, do you have any other comments to make at this
Yeah,
time?
I mean, my opinion, so I don't know when this tree was planted, way back when, so maybe it was planted, they were planted before the house was built. To my opinion, it's just, this tree just was planted at the wrong location, so close to the driveway, it's like less than 2 feet away. If this tree were close to the sidewalk, like maybe far away from the driveway, it's not a concern. I'm not even gonna be here today, talking to you guys. So it's just that, I mean, we've seen it so many times. It's always the burden of the homeowner how to deal with this. Right. So I'm not asking to just, remove the tree, right? We're going to, I'm going to work with the urban forestry and Mr. Hanson to, find some replacement that we can plant, maybe some better location. Maybe the backyard, space in the backyard that we can plant some tree.
Okay, thank you. You'll have
Yeah.
additional time a little later, if you wish to speak.
Thank you.
further. Now we will allow commission to ask questions. So, any commissioners? Commissioner Mitchell?
Yeah, so I mean, my first question is, sort of a general question, what's the level of intermingling with power wires that's deemed to be okay and not considered to be interference with utility services? Is a certain degree of branches touching wires okay? Does a utility worker need to have full access to the entire line? Or is some amount of midline interference okay, as long as the utility worker can, climb the pole and access the power box? How do you set the bar on determining what's interfering and what's not?
Sure, so ultimately, good question. Ultimately, that authority is kind of managed mostly through California Public Utility Commission, that they have certain orders that they have given to PG&E, Edison down south, et cetera, that regulate that. And in general, the standard is for high voltage lines, those that we saw near the top of the trees themselves, that run, I'll say in the neighborhood of 12,000 kilovolts. So they're highly energized, very dangerous to individuals. Typically, the minimum clearance requirement from that is only about 2 to 3 feet. As you get further down the pole to the house drops and to the cable, telephone, et cetera, there really is not any overarching standard to keep those clear. As long as it doesn't knock it down from the pole, the phone companies, the cable companies, et cetera, do not do any proactive maintenance or otherwise to keep it clear. It really falls onto the property owner because there just isn't much risk. They're not high voltage.
So in this case, the big wire that was running through,
the middle of the tree?
yeah, that was not the high voltage wire.
Correct.
That was, even though it's thick, it's,
So the high voltage is the one that we can see in the very up left. It's a very, very thin metal wire. You get up there, it's not so thin. It's actually about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch in cable. But ultimately it's those upper lines. If you look at a power pole, it's usually those that are separated. As you drop down the pole, as it's more directly attached to the pole, et cetera, those become lower voltage. You don't have to worry about them grounding. You don't have to worry about them arcing across the lines, et cetera.
another question, there's some discussion about root pruning. Tell us a little bit about root pruning. I mean, I guess you said liquid ambers are good candidates for root pruning. In this case, what would you do on root pruning?
Sure.
Situation like?
Sure, so ultimately where I start with this is it requires removal of the driveway and that walkway down the side. We have to be able to expose what we need to look at. For some trees, they're highly sensitive when we start talking about magnolias, camphors, or otherwise. Even root pruning 2 or 3 small 2 to 3 inch roots will start to have an impact. You will start to see canopy die back. With the liquid ambers, my prior employment in San Jose, we ultimately root pruned these on a regular basis. We got away with pruning 6, 8, 12 inch roots, sometimes in quantities of 2 or 3. And the trees were able to stand, they were able to remain healthy, et cetera. So you've got a big variation in terms of kind of what you're looking at in the different species. But liquid ambers are one of the hardier ones. Again, my experience has told me we can take up to 3 of them that are 8 inches or so. We start getting bigger than that, we kind of drop it down to 2. Below that, we drop it down to just 1 if it's bigger than, say, 14 or 16 inches. We start to get concerned that that's supporting far more root system out there. And so it really is, I'll say, subjective. It's based on our experiences when we expose those roots, when we look at them. And kind of my experience in San Jose working the sidewalk program for 15 years, we were root pruning probably in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 trees every single day of the year.
And then my last question, and maybe it's not as relevant, but when there was some discussion, you talked about sort of suggestions for the driveway expansion. I guess I just want to clarify. So are we just widening it? Or were you talking about them having to make sort of an S-shaped approach into the garage? I mean,
Sure.
If you could clarify that.
Sure, what we saw on plans that were presented by the property owner was basically a 3-foot strip. Just straight strip all the way up the left side of the driveway that would kind of align with that walkway that went towards the back a little better.
So your idea was just to move that strip to the other side?
Correct.
And they would still have a straight approach to the garage?
Correct, yes.
That's
Yeah, and again, ultimately, if that driveway were removed and we were to see that there were a dozen roots that were large or otherwise, we get more concerned about it. But without seeing that, I literally have seen just like this, one big lift like that, 4 to 6 inches, and it turns out to be a 3 or 4 inch root that's underneath there is all. I've had other ones where it's lifted like that and it's a 12-inch root and I can't do anything but cut it off. So without seeing it, I just can't make an educated or informed decision. And so that was kind of what we had suggested to the property owner is, you know, let's look at removing this driveway and repairing it, and then we can talk about the removal of the tree.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Other commissioners have questions?
I do.
So, if we were just moving along. So I'm not actually completely clear, and maybe that's really a question to the applicant. If the applicant wants, I mean, the lifting is significant. I saw it. It's not just a crack. If the applicant wanted to fix the lifting and put in a new driveway, whether the trees are taken out or not, the cement needs to be taken out in any case. The asphalt needs to be taken out in any case. So I'm not completely clear why the applicant and staff aren't working together to take off the asphalt, see what the route is, decide what's going on. Why are we in the middle of this, the PRC?
Right, so ultimately, we had conversations where we kind of talked about that. I know he's been busy with lots of other construction, and I believe, he can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe he was more interested in waiting to the end. He didn't necessarily want to repair his driveway while there was still construction activity or otherwise.
Sure. But why is there not continuation of work, the applicant and staff? And why is it coming to the PRC when really it's an open question about, is the route that's interfering with the driveway so large that cutting it will endanger the tree? That's the question, right? That's a question that you can't answer.
Sure, well, I mean, again, what the thought process was, we had those conversations with the property owner, trying to encourage him to do it sooner than later. There comes a point where eventually we can't just leave that permit in suspension for a year and a half, 2 years, that kind of a thing while he was working through it. As it is, I forget the exact dates, but I'm gonna say we were sitting on this one for probably over 6 months. Going back and forth, getting additional information from the property owner, talking about the driveway expansion, met with him a couple different times on the property. We absolutely tried to work with it. But ultimately the decision was made that he wanted us to make a decision. And so our decision was denied, knowing that he could appeal that if he chose to.
Okay, and if he, so the appeal is for us, and if we just go with staff's recommendation, what's the next step for the applicant?
If you go with recommendation to preserve these trees, ultimately, the next step would simply be if and when he chooses to replace the driveway, if there is a change in condition, we can look at a new application and review the removal of these trees.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, so that would count as a change in condition that would.
Absolutely, if we're removing
You wouldn't
significant
have to wait
roots.
2 years if you expose the roots and okay.
Absolutely correct, yes. And that's ultimately kind of the reason that we don't let them drag on a year, year and a half, 2 years, that kind of a thing, is that we know we can always come back and revisit that.
Questions?
I just had, I know, I think, Commissioner also, the trees can survive if the roots were, if it wasn't a 12-inch root, if it was smaller roots. My second one is I noticed that on number 1, I think it was when I was visiting, is topped in certain limbs. I was wondering, is that gonna be detrimental to the health of the tree because it was topped and trimmed because of high voltage
Sure.
works above it?
Absolutely. So first, answer your first question again. Sorry, I lost track of the first question. What was the first one?
Well, the first one was, can the tree survive? But I think you answered that with Commissioner Misher.
Right.
If they're not humongous and they're not multiple.
Correct. In most cases, liquid ambers are very hardy in that regard. In terms of the heading or the reduction cuts for keeping clearance on the power lines, absolutely, that has an effect on the tree. It becomes worse as the tree matures if you allow, I'll say, longer gaps between the pruning. If you actually get out there once a year or once every 2 years and you're taking smaller limbs off, it's not as impactful on the tree. And just like a bonsai tree or otherwise, they can tolerate that pruning and still live a relatively long life.
Okay. My last one is, usually roots are looking for water. And would the case of this be lifting of the driveway be because there hasn't been adequate amount of watering of the trees?
Tough to say for certain what causes it. Ultimately, our tree roots live at the surface to find surface water, because the deeper they go, the harder it is to find it in midsummer and so forth, because we don't have our summer rains. They're really relying on that landscape irrigation, which only shallow waters typically. It doesn't water, 12, 18, 24 inches deep. The other issue is what we found in San Jose was the concrete forms a temperature differential. That because that heats up during the day and the soil stays cooler, you get a differential of temperature there that causes condensation. And so it's very, very common that the tree roots will literally slide right between the soil and the concrete, trying to take advantage of some of that water that's forming off of the concrete.
Thank you.
So a question, just thoughts on the idea if the driveway were replaced and some root pruning occurred, would it also be an appropriate response to put some kind of root barrier at the edge to help drive the root regrowth down deeper?
There is a potential for that. Unfortunately, with root barriers, what we have found is they're only marginally effective. That what typically happens, is they'll hit that barrier. If it's successful, they'll deflect them down. In some cases, they'll actually turn up and go over, depending on the depth of a barrier. But yeah, it typically, if it's easy enough because the concrete and everything else is being removed, it's a little bit of an insurance policy that it will help. It won't prevent it, but it will help. If you're not doing that, it becomes problematic. I would also say, depending on how you're installing it, could be problematic, because the typical driveway, you're only going to excavate 6 to 8 inches. And if you want to put a barrier any deeper than that, you're actually going to start cutting more roots on the tree in all likelihood. So you're going to have a bigger impact putting that barrier in place. And so again, it's hit or miss as to how effective they are. If you're impacting the tree further, our industry in general is just saying root barriers are not effective unless you really have something you want to protect perfectly, and you're putting a new tree in place. Typically, when you're retrofitting, not as effective.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks.
Mr. Hanson, do you have a estimate of how old the driveway is?
I do not. Ultimately, it does not look, I'll say, any different than the sidewalk or otherwise. So I'm assuming that it was likely installed when that home was built. But again, I have no knowledge.
40, 50 years.
Quite likely, yes. I would say at least 30, yes.
Unreinforced.
I couldn't tell you if it's reinforced or not, but
I believe there was an accompanying arborist report.
yes, correct.
Was there anything in the arborist's report that commented on the health of the trees?
Ultimately, I don't remember specifically. I can take a look really quick and see, short of health, I want to say they rated it as good.
Yeah.
But yes, both trees were rated in good condition.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the job of this commission to try and find design alternatives. I think we're looking for compliance with the ordinance. Is my, I guess that's not a question, that's a comment. With that, we will turn to public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to address this issue? Yes, please go to the podium, and if you'd like to introduce yourself. We'd welcome that, although it's not required.
My name is Patrice Horvath, and I live at 1843 Apple Tree, so I'm the house to the left of 1851, and the trees separate our driveways. Here's a question. So first off, thank you for the opportunity, and second, I want to make sure that David knows this is not a personal issue with neighbors at all. We're, a few neighbors. This is just about the trees. And I, like many people, am completely against cutting down healthy trees. Those trees have been there. Did you have a question?
No.
Since I moved in 41 years ago, and the driveway's been pretty much cracked that whole time. So I think the driveway may have been original to the house. I think those homes were built in 1954. As far as the wires go, PG&E is in our neighborhood, the PG&E contractors twice a year, because I get called for them to go into my backyard because there are trees that, have grown around there. And they're pretty good at keeping, especially those liquid ambers, away from the high voltage wire. So they've been really good. Those trees, in my opinion, are really part of the landscape of the street. Apple tree is really, we're lucky that a lot of heritage trees have not been cut down. And so it's still somewhat of a tree-lined street. If you walk even to the next street over, there have been quite a few trees cut down and driveways expanded. So it's just concrete across, houses. And it does not have the same feel as apple trees. So we've been really lucky to be able to keep that look, not cutting down healthy trees. So I just wanted to voice my opinion that I think we should keep healthy trees healthy. I did drive around other parts of Mountain View to see if there were other trees that had grown around wires, and it's throughout Mountain View. So if we, cut down healthy trees just because they've grown around wires, I think, we'd be cutting down hundreds, if not thousands of healthy trees in the city. And I don't think anybody really wants to do that. Especially environmentally, the value that trees give us as far as the oxygen and just everything that trees do for us, and shade, I just think they should stay.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Sorrell.
you.
Any other public comments? Do we have anyone online?
No one online.
So with that, staff has an additional 2 minutes to make any final comments. Mr. Hanson, anything else to add to the conversation?
No, again, we agree with the property owner. The roots are a concern for the driveway damage, but ultimately we are not able to determine if that's sufficient enough that requires removal of the tree. We absolutely understand there are challenges with liquid amber trees with damage to the driveway, and they should have ease of use. They should not be impacted with roots that are lifting things 4 to 6 inches, et cetera. But we need to have that comfort factor that we're making the right decision on the removal, and we just did not have it in this case.
All right, thank you. And now we turn to the commission.
Do we want to
Yeah.
let the applicant?
I'm sorry, the applicant has. Have any additional comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I guess, I think last time we met was like back in August. Construction was just started, so it wasn't right time to, to remove the driveway and, get more inspection of those because, it's a big dump over there. We just started construction, so it was just not the right time. I think right now we are kind of like maybe 80% in the, the construction completion. So I would say maybe within 2 months, I think we are in a better time to, we can remove the driveway and the sidewalk way, so we can inspect the roads. And hopefully then we can revisit this decision. Again, I also like tree, I'm not like, opposing tree, right? So, but the concern is not about, I think Patrick's concern is about the, the power line. There's just one aspect to it. The main issue is the driveway, right? The driveway, the walkway. It's a homeowner maintenance, right? It's a headache if this issue keep happening again. Like I said, down the road, you spend like, I don't know, like 10,000 fixing it's not cheap, right? To replace the driveway, as you know. It's probably cost at least 10K, right? We don't want 5 years from now, okay, we have to deal with this again. And here we are talking about this again, right? I mean, if you drive around the neighborhood patterns, you see any house that have a true liquid amber on the driveway? No, nobody has this problem. I mean, you can drive around yourself around the neighborhood.
There's liquid embers all through.
Yeah, I know, but it's not on the driveway. 2 of them, but only 2 feet away. If it's close to the sidewalk, I'm not gonna complain. I have a big, the Campora tree in front of my house. You can see from the Google Maps, it's a big tree. Provide a nice canopy. I love that tree, right? I mean, it causes problems sometimes to the, the road go to the sewer line, so I have to call somebody to snake those, but it's no big deal, right? So it's just about the location. I mean, this tree is known. I mean, I have the Google, you just search this information, the liquid amber. You can just see, right? This tree is known to have a problem on the road. And just not was not planted at the right location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commission. Deliberations, motion and any vote. Anybody wish to make comments?
I'll go ahead. Go ahead. You want
Sure. Oh, these tree removals are always difficult. The thing that I do note about these 2 trees is they were a really poor choice to plant under the telephone lines and with the high electric wires above. Looking up and down the whole street, that's pretty much the only location that the electric wires cross Alpha Tree Lane. All the other liquid embers on that street don't have any constraints like that, and they can actually grow taller and provide a decent amount of canopy. So I do actually think that you could make the case that they are interfering with utility services. I'll say that the photographs of the leafed out trees, they look a lot different than they do now. Now they're sort of funny looking with the top trims, but when they leaf out, they actually appear to be nice trees with nice canopy. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm sort of mixed feeling here. I do understand, what it's like to live with the liquid amber. I have a 80-foot tall one in my front yard. And the roots go everywhere. They definitely are, have a lot of surface roots. But on the other hand, driveway that is probably getting close to 75 years old, it's not unreasonable to think that you might have to replace it. I guess I'm leaning towards retaining the trees for now, but I wouldn't want to make a decision with prejudice. In other words, if they were able to gather further information about the roots underneath the driveway and reapply, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I do want to hear what the other commissioners think.
Commissioner Felios?
Well, as Commissioner Summers said, they're always tough decisions, but there were some things that I liked about the trees, in addition to them being in good health, and that is, they do fit in the neighborhood nicely. The neighborhood has a lot of liquid ambers, especially on apple tree. And they're, in some cases, looking at the other trees, they're better examples of a good, healthy liquid amber than the others on the block. And I thought it added to it. Also, I find cables, especially the lower cables, the telephone and the cable company cables, unattractive. And these kind of mitigate and hide them, as well as that light pole isn't the most attractive light pole in the city either. And it adds to the neighborhood, I think, and hides them in such a way that is, they're a benefit that way. With those things in mind, and with the idea that when the driveway is lifted, we could determine whether it could be saved by cutting some roots. And I would think that that would be over a number of years, that it would be, you know, if I understand how things go. I just favor this, us agreeing with staff in denying the appeal until other circumstances come about.
Yeah, so, for me, it was actually quite a simple decision. It looked to me like staff had looked at our ordinance, read it through carefully, compared the trees and the situation to what the ordinance said, and made the right decision as far as I'm concerned. Which is why I was, at this point, I see no, at this point, I'm completely in agreement with staff. Now, the lines, Apple Tree Lane is lucky to have high power lines only in one place. Downtown where I live, the high power lines are absolutely everywhere, and PG&E does what they can. Sometimes not very attractively, but the trees are there and the power lines are there. And if we had nothing but houses and power lines, we would probably be a city where certainly I wouldn't want to live, but other people also wouldn't want to live. So I don't think it's our place to judge power lines, and if it's okay with PG&E, it should be okay with us too. I would hope that there would be a way to fix the driveway, even if it's not perfectly straight, to fix it in a way that would make it usable and not require contortions from the homeowner, but the trees and the canopy are really important. And at this point, I assume the applicant will work with staff when the asphalt is lifted, see what the situation is. My preference is always to keep the trees if in any way possible. And the lifting of your driveway is significant, but cracked driveways and cracked walkways are just a part of life in our area where the soil shifts all the time and where our driveways are old. So there has to be like the good spot between perfection and keeping the trees. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, again, the arborist report listed the trees as being in good condition. In looking at them myself, I agree that they appear healthy, albeit with a fair amount of pruning over the years, to minimize the interference with the wires. Growing up, we had 5 liquid amber trees in our front yard, and they are really pretty when the leaves turn color in the fall. But they do have protruding clusters of roots that are pretty big. Also, I would just sort of say that, in reading the report, I did see that the owner took mitigation steps to preserve the 3rd heritage tree, and I just want to say that we appreciate that happening. The city code specifies that a single removal criteria is just a minimum, and that additional criteria shall be considered in rendering a decision with the emphasis on preserving heritage trees. And so after reading the materials and spending time at the site, the only criterion for removal that I find partially satisfied was number one, both with the proximity to the structures, proposed structures, and interference with the utility services. As it relates to the proximity to the proposed structures, I agree that mitigation is possible, either through root pruning or root boundaries or tweaking where the driveway might, the walk part of the driveway might be. I'd also note that I took a look at the neighbor's driveway, which is in fairly close proximity to the trees, and I didn't see any noticeable issues on that driveway. For me, the utility wire interference was a concern, was also a concern. I mean, that's why I asked the question that I did. But I thought that staff's explanation tonight, that that's not an issue, satisfied me, mostly because the interfering wires in this case were the lower non-PG&E wires. So with regard to the other removal criteria, there weren't any conforming use issues. The trees are in good health. They're not near the end of their life cycles. So I also would lean towards denying the appeal and upholding the staff decision to deny removal of the trees. And I would add, like others, that, if there's a change in circumstance, including, an excavation that better reveals the roots and the options for the roots, then this could be reviewed again at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner Metzger? I understand I agree with Commissioner Summer. That's a poor location for liquid ambar. I've got three in front of my house, and we have to have the sidewalk shaved down because they do pitch it. The bigger problem for me is those darn balls that are deadly. However, I agree with your other assessments, Commissioner Mitchell. I think our job as commissioners is really the evaluation of the ordinance. When I consider this against the stipulations of the ordinance, against similar judgments on other appeals, and with the staff recommendation, my leaning is to accept the staff recommendation. And that's all I have to say. I really don't think it's our role to necessarily solve the problem. It's our role to adjudicate the conformance with the ordinance, although I do appreciate the wise thoughts of my fellow commissioners. With that, I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Urban Forestry Board of the City of Mountain View to deny the appeal, uphold staff's decision, and deny the removal of 2 heritage trees at 1851 Apple Tree Lane to be read entitled only, further reading waived. Attachment 1 to the new item.
Motion. We have a second. Allison, could we take a vote tally?
We have Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Felios.
Yes.
Commissioner Summer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Missioner.
Yes.
Chair Davis.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you all that have participated in that discussion. We will now move to item 5.2, another heritage tree removal application, this appeal for 745 Lola Lane. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Hanson.
Again, both commissioners, appreciate it. Moving on to. Gotta get it in the right screen, sorry about that. Moving on to 745 Lola Lane Heritage Tree Appeal. As you can see in the photograph here, the tree in question is in the upper right with the red and white dot. That is actually along the frontage of the property. It is not a street tree, but it is along the front of the property. If we look at this tree in another perspective there, we're basically talking about one Theodore cedar, has approximately a 36-inch diameter. We also rated this one as good health and good structure. The applicant on their removal application had listed poor health, the danger of the tree or limbs falling, as well as poor structure and unbalanced canopy, and the fact that it's growing in close proximity to the structures and causing damage or will do so in the future. So when we evaluated it based off of that, the tree itself, good health, good structure, good foliage size, color, and its shoot elongation. We did not see any signs that the tree was stressed or otherwise suffering where it is currently located. In terms of limb failures, property owner did provide some representative photos of prior limb failures that had occurred. You can see those on the left side of the screen there. If we look on the right side of the screen is a current shot. So this is post limb failures that you see on the left. This picture is actually after that. But what we did here from this kind of angle is that you can actually see that there's 2 or 3 branches at a minimum on that right side over the driveway where there's not a lot of interior foliage and all the weight is out on the ends of those branches. Cedars, conifers in general are formed off of compression wood. So all the weight that comes on those branches is forming heavier wood on the bottom side of those branches. Eventually what happens is if they get too long, they get too lanky, you end up getting just a little bit wind or otherwise, and those branches will roll kind of to the side, left or right. And then they form these longitudinal cracks or otherwise will split and fall to the ground. And so, you know, again, don't know current owner and how much they have actually pruned this recently. But ultimately it would have been nicer or better for the tree to have more interior foliage. Simply from the standpoint that it's that interior foliage that feeds those other branches and allows them to develop more caliper more quickly. So the more interior growth, the less caliper we're going to get on branches that actually predisposes us to these limb failures or otherwise. So that's kind of representative examples. Tree has been raised slightly higher than recommended as well. It looks like they were trying to get clearance off of both residences there. So they've scooted it up to a decent height. Ideal world, we like the majority of the canopy, 2/3 of the canopy on the lower half of the tree. So in this case, we don't have that. Really doesn't do too much other than if we were out in the middle of a field or otherwise, having all that canopy at the top creates kind of a push point where you can create additional stresses on the bottom. But given the shielding from the 2-story homes, the other trees in the neighborhood, et cetera, we don't feel like that's too big of a concern in this situation. So otherwise, the tree we felt was fairly well balanced. Again, looking left side, right side, all the way around, it's fairly uniform around the tree. We don't see it as unbalanced. Here's a shot from underneath the tree looking up. So you can see there is a limited amount of overhang of the canopy over the primary property owner's residence. But again, we felt like that could be managed with some end weight reduction, limb weight reduction, to kind of bring it back off of the house as well as address some of those potential failure issues. Next one, when we talk about the garage itself, the tree, I believe is about 12 feet is what it says here. From the outside of the garage to the door of the garage. This is just on the interior of that. You can actually see again the limb failure in the top left where that occurred previously, but this was representative of the damage. In this case, we were more inclined to think that it's original slab. It's just natural settlement, natural issues with the concrete that are causing it to crack. So we didn't feel like that was relevant. And then ultimately similar findings that we felt like everything in terms of the condition of the tree, overall health, et cetera, was good. There were no structural issues beyond some end weight issues. Large limb failures, potentially nuisance damage, et cetera, could all be addressed through corrective pruning or other means. Beyond that, whether it was necessary in order to construct improvements, there were no improvements proposed, so that one did not apply. The tree structure of the canopy is good and can be managed with proper pruning, so we didn't feel that that met criteria. And then lastly, that the trees should be removed for good forestry practices or otherwise, that we just didn't find anything that supported that either.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. The appellant now has up to 10 minutes to present or speak. We have the appellant present.
The appellant is online, so I'm just going to allow them to speak.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Commissioner and everyone. So can we share our screen somehow?
You should be able to in just a minute.
Okay.
It should let you now, I believe. Are you seeing the option to share yet? You're mute.
It looks like they're muted, lower left of their screen.
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have to reopen the Zoom and rejoin this meeting. Can everyone wait for like 1 minute or something? Thank you. Oh, actually, no, it's good. I think this should be the one.
We can see your screen.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. So I'm the owner of the property, and I'm with my husband Daniel and our neighbor Elaine. So we want to like describe the most recent three instances we have encountered for past 3 years in terms of the cedar tree we just chatted. So the tree is shared in the borderline between our property and Elaine's property, and is close to our driveways and also the pedestrian way. So so for over the past 3 years, we encountered three times that large branches just got broken and dropped on the driveway or just hand over the sideway, and also like it causing the damages to the sideway and maybe and also vehicles in the driveway, and might also hurt the surrounding properties. And also it has like potential risk of injury to nearby individuals, like from these falling branches. Yeah, so so we just moved in for 3 years, but we just like in end of 2022. Yeah, but the first time we faced this issue was on January 12th, 2023. So a large branch was broken and got hung over on the sideway. And our neighbor Elaine called the police station to report the hazard, and the officers came over to handle this situation. After that, several limbs also fell over our driveway on cars, and also a very big limbs got fell on Elaine's property. So the second event was on March 14, 2023. So several large branches got broken and dropped on the driveway, but luckily no one got hurt. So the third one, and this is the most recent one, was on 2024, October 21st. So several large tree limbs dropped on our vehicle in the driveway under a very normal weather condition. There's no wind, no drought, or like no rain, anything like that. And we were just walking on the driveway like 10 minutes ago, just right before the limbs got dropped. Yeah, so yeah. And during other times, there were also small limbs dropped very frequently. And yeah, just during past 3 years. And we also did some things. We took some actions for to try to resolve this problem. So the first thing we did is to hire a professional tree trimming service on October 2023. But seems like the problem was still there and has not been resolved, because the problem happened again like just 1 year after our tree trimming service. I also want to share some pictures for our cedar trees and also the limbs drops. So this is the most recent one. So the limbs just dropped over our vehicle, and also we just walk through this driveway like 10 minutes ago before these limbs got dropped. And also, yeah, this is the picture for the same incident. And this one happened in 2023, March 14. We also have another one that's January 2023, but we haven't took any pictures of that. But basically, there was a very large limbs hanging over here, and if anyone just walk through here, may get like injured. And also there is another very large branch dropped on our neighbor Elaine's driveway, and also several limbs falling on our driveways. Yeah, so this is the picture for March 14 as well. And this is the picture for the tree after we did the tree trimming. So you can see we cut a bunch of branches to make sure like wind can pass through the tree and avoid it has to
Reduce the weight.
reduce the weight. And also we do reduce the weight for branches for sure. But right after that, our tree trimming service, the branch still fallen. You can see here is the broken branch. Yeah, and the branch just dropped on the driveway and over the vehicle. Yeah, so this is the summary. So basically, we do feel the tree is in a high risk situation, and also may has some severe public safety issue, given the history of this tree causing damages to sidewalk, vehicles, and driveway, and also like surrounding properties. And also, it may easily cause injury to nearby individuals. Yeah, based on the past incidents, it's just very likely like no one get hurt at previous experience. And also limbs drops much more frequently this year. So for past, thanks for Elaine's information. So for past 50 years, the tree just works well. But for most of 3 years, the limbs drops much more frequently than before. So that means the potential of like ribs growth even higher. So yeah, as I just mentioned, we took some actions. We did do the tree trimming and weight reducing on October 2024. And right after we got the first denial of our application, we also consulted multiple tree trimming companies, but none of them could guarantee like this issue won't recur again in the future after like we do the second round of tree trimming, or they can offer a warranty that we can do that. So this even raised our concerns that the trimming alone won't effectively mitigate the high risk situation. So this is why we really want to like remove this tree to like protect the community's safety and also like everyone's like the property safety and also the individual safety. Yeah, so this is our proposal. So Dan and Elaine, do you have anything to add?
No, that's perfect.
Cool.
Yep,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Commission may now ask questions of the presenter, staff. Questions?
Maybe I'll just ask one for the appellant, and that in the application, you noted structural concerns with the foundation of the house. Have you had that professionally inspected or analyzed, or are you just sort of basing that on the cracks on the portion of the garage floor?
Yeah, I can answer the question. So yeah, we did hire like professional inspection for that. As that's not the main concern. So we do see that because it's the garage foundation is closer to the tree, but I think the biggest concern for us is really the very frequent falling of major branches. So we do think that's the kind of the biggest kind of community hazard that we really need to address urgently. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I.
So, so Hanson, the images of the limb drops are pretty impressive. you feel that the kind of pruning that the applicants have done was perhaps not addressing that specific issue, because the applicant was mentioning about kind of opening up the canopy to allow the wind to sail through, whereas you were saying that it's the bare branches with the weight at the ends that is the real concern with the cedar tree. I'm having trouble not responding emotionally to the thing, to the issue of fairly large branches falling. And I completely sympathize with their concern. So can you give me some help on this?
Yeah, again, based off of what we are seeing, I would say, yes, the pruning that was done in 2023 was likely, I'll say, less than ideal. It took limb weight off, it did other things, but with cedars in particular, conifers, again, as I mentioned earlier, they tend to grow very long, very heavy. And once you open that canopy up and you expose it to more wind to blow through it, it will actually cause those branches to roll over and crack. So it could make the problem worse. Again, I'm looking at the tree based off of what we're seeing here, 2024, 2025. And so it's difficult for me to judge that, other than to say, absolutely, even with the type of pruning that I am suggesting, it's highly unlikely that we will eliminate all potential limb failures. There is still a chance, even with the best of care, this tree will continue to drop limbs. It's about trying to reduce those weights, trying to limit how many of those failures occur, et cetera. And then again, hoping no cars in the driveway or people in the driveway or otherwise, that when it fails, it strikes them. But we can't predict when that's going to occur.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hanson, you talked about interior growth. Is there possibility of interior growth occurring in this tree at all, or is it?
Yes,
to fill
absolutely.
it out again?
It will ultimately regrow on the interior. It will not, I'll say, be quick. It's going to take 5 to 10 years. But ultimately, yes, the tree will start to produce some interior growth.
Because I guess it's kind of a comment, and it seemed to me when I looked at the tree that the tree trimming was all done right back to the trunk as opposed to trimming the edges. And obviously, from what you're telling us about those types of trees, it should be on the ends and not towards the trunk.
Correct.
And so that's what my concern would be, can that regenerate inside in the interior to go ahead and mitigate the situation? Because if not, I think like you said, it's a problem.
Yeah, correct. And so absolutely, conifers are slower, and not all conifers, depending on the amount of removal of limb removal or otherwise foliage removal on the interior. Some of them will not recover as quickly. Cedars are fairly hardy. They're fairly good at recovering on that interior growth. That's why I pushed the margin down closer to about 5 years for them. On some other conifers, it's 10 to 15 years before that interior growth would return.
Thank you.
Was there any other arborist report submitted with?
I don't believe so in this case. Yeah, no.
Thank you for that. We will now take comments from the public. Are there anybody here in person that would like to speak? Please, the floor is yours.
Hi, sorry, as a fellow applicant who has a similar issue, there was no category, I think, in the application of risk to public safety as a reason, and so I don't know, I mean, is there somewhere in the ordinance where if the tree has these dropping limbs issue and is a risk to the homeowner and also the public safety, that it should be taken into consideration. So just wanted to also ask and understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any online participants?
We have one, Bruce England.
Mr. England?
Thank you all. Bruce England again, Wisman Station Drive, member of Green Spaces Mountain View. I already made the general comment about objections to tree removals, but I did want to comment on this one. And even the earlier one, even though it's a different agenda item where they talked about the driveway damage. I've been to a lot of these hearings, and these are the two things we hear about pretty regularly is cracked concrete and concern about falling limbs. And in the real world, you know, there are lots of trees. If we didn't have cities, we would be walking around woods all the time. That's where we human beings evolved, was in areas where trees were pretty much everywhere. People are going to get hit by falling tree parts. This is one of the realities of living in this physical world. I really would rather not have the arguments based on things like falling branches, because we do want to have more trees. We want to have a strong tree canopy. And in order to accept strong tree canopy in Mountain View, we have to also accept the inherent dangers of potential branches dropping. I realize there's a potential danger there, and we should take that potential danger seriously, but how much it should weigh in on these decisions is questionable. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. England. Anybody else?
Nobody else online.
Okay. So we'll close public comment and staff, any additional, you have up to 2 minutes for additional comments.
I don't think I have anything.
Okay. And the appellant has an additional 2 minutes if you want to follow up on anything that's been discussed so far.
Sure. Yeah, I think Lee already kind of presented our major concerns pretty well in the first section. I just want to reiterate on. So we also very like the heritage trees, and that's why, you know, when the first two occurrences of the major branches failing, we the first action we take is to hire a professional tree trimming company and they describing exactly what happened and ask what are their best options to help reduce the risk. And you know that it's really sad to see after their job after less than a year, then there another one failing. And then what this was more scary because like it was like very nice day. There's no extreme weather conditions or anything, and we were just our walk through exactly where the branch is dropping, like literally 10 minutes ago. So that is it really as a kind of homeowner, this kind of risk is really feel scary. Like it, we feel like the based on the history of this tree, major limbs can fail even with pronings. I think the staff also comment on that. There's a probability of that to hurt people on the street, the properties or the house owners of our two houses. So that's why with all the actions taken and the risk, we really feel like probably removal is the best option to protect the overall, the safety for our community on the street. Thanks. That's it.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry. Elaine actually want to speak as well.
Got another 30 seconds, so go ahead.
I want to make one thing clear. The branches that were removed by the recent pruning had been chopped off to about 6 feet. And those were also falling at some point. And that's why it's cut all the way to the trunk, because they were, there was no growth, no nothing. And it was to remove a swimming pool so that they could put the house up for sale. And that, I think, led or partially led to what eventually happened so often recently. Thank you.
Yeah, that was before we moved in. It's done by the previous homeowner.
Right. Yeah. It was before it was preparing it for sale.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Mission. Rations.
I can kick it off. To me, I think, the tree looks lush. It's well balanced, pretty good health. I think it's really an attractive tree that's visually significant in the neighborhood. I think it stands out among all the ginkgos on the, I believe they're ginkgos on the street. I mean, that section of streets is, I love the ginkgos bloom every year, but it's nice to, not blooming, but the leaves. but this one is different. You know, also I'd say that specifically in this case, we're looking at a cedar, which falls in a special Mountain View protective category of only needing 12 inches of circumference to be deemed a heritage tree. So we want to look at those a little bit more carefully, I think, or at least I would. You know, to me, the tree doesn't appear to be in poor health or in danger of falling. Those were two things that were checked on the removal application. I acknowledge that branches from mature trees do fall from time to time, and it can be scary when that happens. But I just don't know that that's sufficient reason to remove a healthy tree. I might feel otherwise if the tree were in failing health or had poor structure. And I agree with the staff report that some concern might be alleviated by additional strategic pruning to reduce branch end weights on some of the branches. You know, arguably the tree may be causing some cracking in the garage concrete, but again, that's not conclusive that it's due to the roots. I imagine a lot of concrete garages have cracking. Mine does. The driveway didn't appear to be damaged, although it's new. I know that, and it has permeable pavers, so they have some give. But I also didn't notice any damage to the neighbor's driveway. So for me, in this case, you know, the removal criteria just were not met. So I'll probably be siding with denying the appeal and upholding the staff decision to deny removal of this cedar tree, but I want to listen to what my other commissioners have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Yeah, so actually this one is difficult for me because it is a cedar tree and doesn't really look like a cedar tree. And it seems like really the wrong tree for that place. And as Mr. Hansen was talking about the amount of pruning that should take place and how it'll take 5 to 10 years or 5 years for it to recover. And looking at the tree, which the previous homeowner, my opinion, butchered, the long, tall trunk with cedar tree on top is not what a cedar tree is supposed to look like. I don't think I need to say that I'm a tree hugger. It's probably known to the people in this room. But sometimes I don't know if that tree is really worth the
hugging?
effort. Yeah. So I don't know if it wouldn't be preferable to choose a tree that will be allowed to grow and be beautiful. Many years ago, I had a declining camphor tree, and I actually asked the city to just take it out rather than me sitting for 5 years looking at the tree dying. So the staff report makes sense, and I know staff looked at the ordinance and it made sense. And looking at the picture in the report, my first reaction was, why bother? Then I went to look at the tree, and it doesn't look as bad in real life as it does in the picture. But, you know, I could actually go either way with this one. I'm interested in hearing what the other commissioners think.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Comments on this side of it?
Commissioner Bryant took the words out of my mouth, the word being butchered. I felt the same way. Disappointing that they felt that they had to take it up that high, and I imagine it was because of the second story that was added on at one point. Or the pool as well, which is disappointing that they do that to the, you know, that type of trimming takes place in the tree. But I am mixed emotion in that, listening to staff as well, could it come back? Because you know, a tree that size, when you lose it, and it takes a long time to get that kind of size or majesty back in the neighborhood. So I had to say I'm on the fence right now while I'm listening to my fellow colleagues as well.
Commissioner Summer.
This is so funny. This tree is the opposite to me. I do think that it has, you know, majestic stature like the ordinance talks about, and that it's an asset to the neighborhood. I do think this one would be worth the effort to retain, and I actually really appreciate the efforts that the homeowners have put in to manage and care for the tree since they purchased the property. I think that it eventually will be worth it. You know, when you think about trees recovering, my mind goes to all the redwoods out in Big Basin, which is obviously a completely different context, but you know, they were dead and now they're green and lush because they have the capacity to renew themselves. I don't think that the removal criteria are met. The only possibility that I see is the public nuisance factor, which is part of number 1. But this is actually mostly probably private nuisance. I do understand how scary it is to have things fall from the sky. That when you aren't expecting it. Thinking about that storm we had last March, or maybe it was in February, where there was so much wind and there was gigantic branches flying through my yard, and I was glad to be inside the house. So, I mean, I do think that some of this is what we have to put up with in order to have, you know, green canopies on our streets and near our homes. And it seems to me that, you know, this is going to be a project of ongoing management with this tree, but that it would be worth it, and that is really what the ordinance is asking us to do.
Thank you for those comments. The person that took the words out of my mouth was Commissioner Mitchner. I think he encapsulated everything that I was thinking about too. I do think that, I agree, I think this is a majestic tree. I think it does have special status. I do think if there is one concern that would have me really look, you know, think about the public safety really is an issue, and those aren't compelling pictures. I agree with that. I will accept the staff evaluation that can be mitigated through maintenance. I don't take it lightly, and I don't want the homeowner to think we're dismissing those concerns. They're real. I've got a couple of Deodoro cedars as well, and they do deposit some things in the yard. So that's a real issue. I don't think these aesthetic issues really come into play in terms of the adjudication of the ordinance. So I'm inclined to accept the staff recommendation and support any resolutions that deny the appeal and uphold the staff decision. That's where I'm at. So any other comments, or would anyone like to make a motion? Please.
I move that we adopt the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution of the Urban Forestry Board of the City of Mountain View to deny the appeal, uphold staff's decision, and deny the removal of one heritage tree at 745 Lowell Lane.
And may we have a roll call on the second? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Does anyone want to second that?
I'll second.
Now we have
Commissioner Bryant,
Yes.
Commissioner Felios,
Yes.
Commissioner Summer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mitchner,
Yes.
Chair Davis.
yes. All right. Thank you, everybody. For the appellants and the public comment on that. We will now turn to item 5.3. Which is a heritage tree removal application appeal for 573 Carla Court. And again, we'll ask Mr. Hanson to kick things off.
All right, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Ultimately, again, this topic,
Mr. Hanson.
sorry. Oh, So again, here for 573 Carla Court for the Heritage Tree Appeal, if you look at the photograph we have on the screen here, you can see the two trees are out in front of the property located close to the street, but they are not considered to be street trees. The trees themselves, we have two liquid amber trees, American sweet gums, 27-inch diameter on one of them, 23-inch diameter on the other. We rated them as good health and good structure. Applicant, when they applied for removal, listed poor health, danger of falling, poor structure, unbalanced canopy, do not have proper growth space, and then growing in close proximity to structures and causing damage or will do so in the near future. So when we start evaluating on that, again, tree is in generally good health with foliage size, color, and shoot elongation within the expected range. So that was the criteria that we used to make those judgments. This photograph is examples of the prior limb failures. Similar to the last one, property owner has suffered a couple of instances of limb failures in the recent past. So you can see on the left-hand photograph there, we've circled 3 or 4 of the spots where limbs have broken off. But ultimately, that was the tree number, I'm believing that's number 2 in this case, it definitely is a little bit unbalanced to the right there towards the driveway, et cetera, because it's competing with the other tree that's adjacent to it. But ultimately, again, we felt like end weight reduction or otherwise could likely reduce the potential for limb failures and allow those trees to kind of coexist the way they have been for a number of years. Tree number 1, again, sorry, unbalanced canopy, but we can manage it through pruning. Number 2 is unbalanced slightly, or while not unbalanced, tree number 2 has previously been pruned by the neighbor, resulting in kind of stunted branch growth. So you can see on the left side of the tree there, it appears like that owner has been pruning it back there on a regular basis to kind of keep them off of their property. But if you look at the overall, what's left of the canopy at the top, it's fairly well balanced. So the structure issue on that one ultimately is just going to be, again, that live crown ratio, where we would like to have a lot more foliage as we go up the trunk. But again, it wasn't anything that we felt created a significant hazard in that regard. Trees have been growing in close proximity to each other, resulting in competition for growth space. So we absolutely agree in that. But they have also naturally adapted to that. When we have trees even out in the regular forests, ultimately they kind of adapt. They produce the growth that is more, they produce the growth that really fits with the situation that they're in. So if they've got a lot of exposure to wind or otherwise, they will tend to stunt back a little bit. Those types of things, we really feel like in this case, because they've grown together for so long, they're kind of codependent, I will say. Next slide, this one just is representative of kind of where we were in relation to the home. The tree to the right ultimately is about 16 feet from the front of the property. The other one's slightly farther than that, but ultimately is about 16 feet from the driveway. So that's where we were kind of coming with that. Similar to the last property we were discussing, this one also has a paver driveway. There is some lifting that has occurred there, but everything that we noticed was fairly minimal. And ultimately, we felt like that could be lifted and kind of regraded so that it fit flush without probably even root pruning of the tree or otherwise in this at this time. As time progresses, may make sense to remove those bricks and dig a little deeper and cut any of the roots that they can identify, but right now, not necessary. So again, ultimately where we went, the condition of the tree in terms of overall health, evidence of structural issues, large limb failures, nuisance, public, et cetera. We felt like that all could be addressed through corrective pruning and allowing for preservation. Second point we were making in terms of construction for improvements, there were no improvements that were submitted, so that one is not valid. Third criteria that we looked at, structure of the canopy is good and can be managed with proper pruning. Therefore, this criteria we did not feel was met. And then ultimately did not find that the tree needed to be removed for good forestry practices, as there was nothing that supported that. And so, you know, again, similar to the last case, we absolutely understand limb failures are scary. They are problematic. All the examples that we had in terms of limb failure came off of that tree closest to the property owner's driveway, which is the most unbalanced. In general, liquid ambers are problematic. That when they get long and lanky on their branches, they will break, similar to cedars or otherwise. That's just a condition that we deal with, but ultimately, again, in general, we felt like this is something that could be managed and allow for preservation of the trees for, I'll say, at least another 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. The appellant now has 10 minutes.
Oh, you try bringing. Alright. I think it should be. I'm already on play.
That might be enough.
Oh, there it goes.
Just need to walk over there. Just a minute. Alright.
They just have to be in the room.
Lost it again. Ah.
Alright. Good evening. My name is Wanda Chung. I want to thank. Ah,
Do you wanna try to email it to me?
okay. No, yeah. Me. Or is it?
Those online, if you just hang tight, we're gonna take a minute or two to get this presentation issue resolved. We have it on the front side.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Absolutely. Thank you for coming, sir. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Sorry, what's that?
See it on your end. No? Oh, there it is. Great. Awesome.
Alright, thank you. No, back out again.
That's the business.
You need to just stand.
I know, I know.
I think it's afraid of you.
It's like I do the hair of the mechanic, right?
Yeah, I think it's afraid of you.
I'll swear around
Yeah,
here.
just stand.
Good evening. Don't like me talking.
Try even other USB-C port.
Just those two.
Yeah, you shoot them. You can try the second one. If not, Allison, do you have a copy of this?
If you email it, I can share
Okay,
it. via
well, this
Zoom.
is the second port, so hopefully that might be
Okay.
better,
All right,
but I'll hang out right here.
all right, thank you. Thank you, the commission.
Now,
So either you can join the Zoom and share that way, or you can email me the PDF.
I emailed it to you, I think when I came over, is it, it takes too long.
here, let's zoom in, solve this.
I'm not,
Or self-signal, so it may not link too fast.
yeah, okay, so.
Allison has it. You have the PowerPoint.
I don't. But
Okay.
I can send you
I can,
the Zoom link.
Okay, yes, please.
Can do that? Okay. Give me just a moment.
No worries.
Thumb drive.
Security code.
Oh, yes, sorry. You're more familiar than me. It's been a while.
Done this once or twice.
Yeah.
Okay, Allison, do you have the meeting ID?
Oh, yeah, it is 850.
Yep.
274. Oh, I just got it by the way. 274 81875.
Can you allow the audio settings?
It's thinking, okay.
Doesn't fit the whole keynote.
I have a-
I also, I got it, so
Okay,
I
so
can
maybe-
share it.
yeah,
and then
maybe-
you can just say slide when you want me to go
Yeah,
to the
okay,
next or
please.
next. or
Okay,
whatever.
you have
Thank
it?
you.
Of course.
I'm so sorry. No worries. Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
I want to thank the commission for the opportunity to appeal the denied request to replace unsafe liquid amber trees on 573 Carla Court, Vikingo Beloba. Next slide, please. I've lived in Mountain View for over 16 years and have always appreciated the canopy throughout the city. I moved into 573 Carla Court, my first home after many years of apartment living, on October 2021. I was drawn to the tree-lined neighborhood, proximity to Cuesta Park, and all the trees on the property. On my first spring at the house, March 2022, I hired an arborist to prune the liquid ambers as well as all the trees in the backyard that were growing into the utility lines. Then in that fall, 2022, when all the leaves and fruit had filled in, one large limb fell into the front yard. Fortunately, it was entirely in the front yard, and the only damage were the bushes surrounding the tree. I thought it was a freak event and was so preoccupied with minimizing the damage to the crushed bushes, I didn't think to take a photo. 2 years later, November 3rd, 2024, a medium-sized limb fell. That night, I started researching what was going on and discovered that it was not uncommon for liquid amber trees to drop their limbs. The next morning, I woke to kind and concerned neighbors ringing my doorbell to make sure my parents and I were safe and there weren't any damages. As you can see in the photo, this is the outcome of the third limb drop incident. The red circles in the photo were where the limbs, including the one from the prior day, had broken off high up on the tree. The urban forestry staff estimated this tree to be 55 feet tall. In the wee hours of the morning, 3 extra large limbs had dropped. In fact, there was so much movement that it triggered my doorbell camera to capture the whole incident. It took only 4 seconds for the first limb to fall and 7 seconds for it all to completely come down. Fortunately, it narrowly missed damaging the porch roof and no cars were parked on that side of the driveway. I'm a big proponent of canopy, but the canopy should not pose a threat to those who walk, park, and live under it. The third limb drop pushed me to submit my request to replace these unsafe trees before it causes property damage, injures, or even worse, kills somebody. Okay, next slide, please. These trees are not in good condition. They are too close to one another, 2 feet apart at ground level. They were also topped by the previous owner. The topping not only caused the trees to be top heavy, but it also weakened it. And caused an imbalance in the tree structure. Next, please. Tree number 2, as identified in the permit request, is top heavy with very little lateral spread. This structure makes the tree have a higher risk of falling over in strong winds. Next, please. Tree number 1 is identified in the permit request, has an extremely imbalanced structure that increases stress on the tree due to its lopsided weight distribution. Moreover, due to the top heavy spread of the other tree that we just saw and its own top heavy structure, tree number 1 is leaning towards the house. I'm no expert, but this does not look like a very safe or healthy structure. Moreover, the lopsided weight distribution leads to higher risk of falling in strong winds or from the overload of the weight of leaves and heavy spiky fruit. No, something got skipped. Oh yeah, okay, yes, sorry, yes. Urban's Forestry's recommendation that pruning will mitigate the risk of limb chop unfortunately does not work for tree number 1. Because the pruning of March 2022 did not prevent that limb drop 7 months later when the leaves and the heavy spiky fruit came in. Liquid ambers are known to be subject to summer limb drop, where seemingly healthy trees shed limbs that are not result of wind or storm. Moreover, once a tree has a summer limb drop incident, it is likely to occur again in the future. While there's no definitive cause known for summer limb drop, one leading hypothesis is a resilience measure, allowing the tree to jettison a branch to protect the whole tree. This hypothesis may also explain why tree number 1 has not keeled over from its lopsided weight distribution. Okay, next slide, please. If these trees were in the back corner of a half-acre lot with no foot traffic nor house near it, I can understand the benefit of canopy is worth the risk of falling limbs. However, my property is nowhere near that large, and these trees are in the front yard, where the house and sidewalk are well within the 25-foot radius spread of a liquid amber tree. The trees are actually 10 feet from the porch. The 16 feet is from the house foundation, because I was worried the roots were buckling up and might impacting the foundation. And they're 12 feet from the sidewalk and 16 feet from the driveway, essentially making the front yard, entryway to the house, driveway and sidewalk a danger zone, especially during the late summer and fall. I've been very fortunate that there were no injuries or property damage from the 3 limb drops that I've experienced since moving to the house 3.5 years ago. However, I don't want to press my luck. I not only fear for the safety of my parents and I, but also for the safety of my neighbors who walk under the tree canopy, our guests, including my neighbor's gardener and another neighbor's pool technician, and that neighbor's mother-in-law who like to park under that tree every week when they come and visit. And also visitors to my house, including my mail person. You can see that my mail slot is under the house number and the debris is in that path. And also package delivery folks, because to get to my front door, they have to go through that debris. So again, it is in, it is a danger zone. Only takes 4 seconds for the limbs to come crashing down unexpectedly. Moreover, during the very windy winter and early spring storms, the swaying of the top-heavy, imbalanced trees causes anxiety of whether or not they can withstand the winds and not fall on my or my neighbor's house. I still would like a tree in the front yard, just not these unsafe trees that cause me great anxiety and are a threat to those who are under its unsafe canopy. I appeal to the commission to please approve my request to replace these liquid ambers with a ginkgo biloba that I'll try my best to maintain so that we can have a safe canopy for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Commission, any questions?
Sure. So question for staff, with tree number 1, if there were significant, I mean, it's been pruned a fair amount. you know, if there were significant additional pruning to remove the most heavily weighted branches, would that tree still be a healthy tree and maintain the characteristics of a heritage tree worth preserving?
It would depend on the approach. Ultimately, if you come in and, I'll say take an aggressive approach the first year or so, no, it would not look nice. It would not look aesthetically pleasing. The type of cuts that are gonna need to be made, long-term, are going to change the shape of the tree. And so it really is about doing it more gradually, rather than if you're trying to take off 10 feet of a branch, maybe the first year you're only taking off 3 or 4 feet. And then the next year you're taking off because of regrowth, you're taking off another 3 or 4. And then finally, a year or two later, you're taking it off even more. That allows the tree to kind of regenerate, to refoliate, to kind of create some better structure. But no, based on the current structure, it is going to be a challenge to accomplish that, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things I noticed, I mean, this veers to the side of a comment, but there was one branch, you know, if I were guessing which branches were the heaviest, I mean, there was one branch, if that branch came off, I mean, it had offshoots all over the place, and it seems like that would change the nature of that tree, but that would be one of the heavier. Anyway, okay. No more questions.
Okay.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
I wanted to ask, I don't know, maybe staff or the appellant, it looked to me like that tree was recently pruned. There's some, you know, butt ends that, you know, there's no leafing out. And some, you know, all you've got are some now big butt ended.
Are
So
you
did
saying the
recently
photo or
prune?
the recent, yes, I recently, because I was concerned about the windy spring storms, and I had a service come and trim it again
And
because
when was that done?
February again, springtime, because
Okay.
I was told that's the best time, safest time to prune those
Okay.
trees.
And what was their strategy? I mean, did you discuss how they were going to approach it?
They were also again approaching it from pruning back all to the lateral and, you know, trying to get it, you know, smaller so that there wouldn't be as many headwinds.
What staff's calling that is end weight reduction? Is that the approach they took?
Potentially, yeah, they were just bringing it all in to kind of mitigate the length.
Okay, thanks.
So I had a question. When I came to look at the tree, basically the whole court is planted with ambers. All
Yes.
your neighbors have similar trees.
Yes,
Part of the design of the development.
I agree with.
Have you heard comments from other neighbors?
I heard that potentially the original owner, I don't know, whoever planted the liquid ambers had taken the ginkgo out and planted it elsewhere, but I don't know, and then planted this liquid amber. I don't know if it, you know, that's all I heard, but like, my understanding is, I think that there was originally a liquid amber there. And that owner had taken it out.
So Russell, thank you, do you have, did you look at the structure of the court with one or two trees in front of each house? Are they not the same trees?
I'm not sure I follow, but yes, the majority of that court is planted with liquid ambers.
No, that majority of the court is planted with ginkgo. And also along Jerusalem, right outside, it's all ginkgos. Mostly, sorry, I should say 90% ginkgos.
Because when I looked, I thought they were all liquid ambers, which is why I was asking you whether you'd heard comments about branch failure from your neighbors.
Oh. There were all ginkgos in that area. There's no, I'm the only liquid amber in the court.
She is correct. When I look at the street view at this point, I see 3 other ginkgo trees around the other side of the court.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking to replace it with a ginkgo so that it goes back to be consistent with that circle. And also I think when I looked up street tree, like that area is supposed to be ginkgo and not liquid amber.
Okay, thank you.
And there was no other independent arborist report on this.
Correct.
No, I'm just looking at the pictures I took.
Okay, we'll now open this to public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the commission?
I'm Wanda's neighbor and I have lived in my house for over 32 years. I never once touched that tree. I have to said that the neighbor, must have trimmed that tree. I never ever touched that tree. I'm not a gardener. So anyway, I'm not to blame for the state of that tree.
Innocent.
But for me, my concern is that those trees are so tall and these heavy winds and rains that we've had this last winter, that tree is quite terrifying when you see it whipping in the air, you know. My bedroom is the very front, right beside that tree. And I'm terrified that that tree comes down. If it comes down, it's going to come into my bedroom and kill me. I'm sure of that because that's how close I am to it, you know. And that is my bedroom. That's my main bedroom. And I know my neighbor here has taken great, she loves to garden. I'm no gardener. So consequently, I'm the one that has all the pebbles there, you know. It's easy for me to just take care of it and everything. And I have a gardener, I don't prune anything, and he doesn't touch her side of the yard at all. But you know, for reasons of, I know safety has come into it time and time again, but it really is quite scary when you see something like that and then all of the things that fall off in the winter. Every time I step out, I mean, I can just walk out the door and I'm terrified to step onto something that I get a twisted ankle. And until I get a broom and sweep things up, you know, but whatever you choose to do, you choose to do. And I appreciate your opinions and so forth. So thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment, Mr. Lambert.
Yes, Bill Lambert. I'm a resident of the Montaloma neighborhood, commissioners. I wasn't planning on speaking, but it's sort of helpful to having three of these appeals all at the same time because it sort of gave me pause and opportunity to think through this. And I'm not an expert on tree pruning, but sometimes common sense helps. Seems there's a common theme here. And as these trees are planted in individual houses, you know, they're right size, they grow up fine. After many years, they get really big. And it seems to me we're asking these trees to do something they're just not intended to do. We're planting trees as individual trees. These trees are intended to live in forests, to live in groves. These are the ones we're planting in our house. Some trees like oaks, they can be in a hillside with the wind and everything. They're designed to withstand that. These trees in these neighborhoods are not meant to do this. The solution is to prune. Some pruning is obviously, as we've discussed, better than others, but it's a continual process. And all we're trying to do is sort of stave off the inevitable, is that these trees are going to drop limbs and throughout their lives. I think what we're trying to do is rectify a bad choice at the very beginning of the process. And it seems to me a lot more time and money and effort would be better spent basically replanting these trees and right-sizing them. Liquid ambers, I grew up as a kid, right? California, everybody planted liquid ambers, right? Well, a lot of cases of the wrong tree. Carducci will give a presentation next when they're talking about greening schools. You'll see they're planted in groves. In a couple of weeks, Bub School is going to have a tree planting ceremony. I think it's the 31st, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. But again, those trees are going to be planted in groups so that they can grow naturally and they can protect themselves. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online to comment?
No.
All right. Then we have an additional 2 minutes if staff wishes to make any further comments.
No, I don't have anything else to add this evening.
Well, then I guess it's,
Sorry, can I add? I get to add, right?
you do. Yes,
Okay.
you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I just forgot, so actually, I did actually have a photo of the medium size limb that fell, and as you can see, it wouldn't have been pruned. It doesn't look, it's not due to heavy weight. So, you know, the liquid amber will drop whatever it wants to drop. And then the second comment I have is that when, in the question of Commissioner Mishner about, you know, pruning it to look, the thing is, with that neighbor that's 2 feet away from it, it's cracked. It can't grow on that other side. So it's not gonna have, no matter how much pruning I do, it's not gonna have the healthy, you know, balanced structure. It's always gonna be cramped and hunched on one side, which is not safe or healthy to my knowledge. Thank you.
All right, now, commission can begin deliberations. Thoughts, Commissioner Sommer?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll start. So when I think about a liquid amber, you know, that I guess would be growing in on its own, like a single tree, those are considered to be a rounded pyramid shaped tree. So, it's generally has a central leader, so it's pointy at the top, and it has kind of a rounded crown, and the base fully, you know, the branch structure on the bottom is a little wider than on the top. So that's your rounded pyramid. When I look at these two trees, you definitely, I mean, put together, they at some point might have made a rounded pyramid. And they probably did, but in the intervening years, they have become two spindly sticks. And with the recent pruning, I mean, I will grant that it's early, you know, early spring and the tree's still in the process of leafing out, but this one is really close to crossing the line for me into something that isn't a well-structured canopy. And I do think a case could be made for their removal, based on even some of the criteria. I want to hear what others think, but I mean, I don't think I've ever approved a tree removal on my 4 years in the mission, but this one is close, really close for me. So I'll just leave it there. I think we need to articulate it a little more if that's the direction we're going, but I'd certainly be willing to help with that, but I want to hear what others are thinking as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sommer. Commissioner Mitchell, what are you thinking about?
You know, it's a tough one. You know, again, you want to err on the side of the tree. But you know, when I looked at these, you know, it's, you know, I think that their development was obviously, well, to me, obviously, you know, limited by their close proximity to each other. You know, they've just been fighting for space the past 30 years, and Commissioner Summer, like, actually almost took the words out of my mouth, you know, as I stood near them and under them on the other side of the street. And even when you look at the picture, you know, it's too bad that they couldn't be fused together, because then you actually might have a sort of a nice looking tree. You know, I hear that there are mitigations that are possible. My concern is that I just think tree number 1 has been pretty heavily pruned, and it's the state that it's in. And I mean, if you took off too much more, I don't know what you'd be left with. I mean, when I looked at the heavy branches on that tree, I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot of branches left actually, but if you took off some of the heavy ones that have a lot of the foliage on them, I'm just not sure what would be left. So again, you know, in terms of whether criteria are met, you know, I think that it's, you know, it's compelling one way or another. You know, I was the one who actually submitted the question as, you know, on the good forestry practices, and, you know, it talks about the number of healthy trees a given parcel of land will support. And so I was wondering if, you know, if you removed one, would the other one be more healthy? And the response was that it might grow a fuller canopy, but it essentially, I'll paraphrase it, but it's not used to being on its own, and so it might not be as strong and as fortified as a remaining tree. So, you know, again, I want to listen to what other people have to say.
So I'm finding all of these difficult today because the result will not be really positive no matter what we do. We are in fact planting large canopy trees in places where they're not giving the chance to thrive. There's very little open root space for these trees. There's a lot of cement and hardscape around them. And streets that do not have planting strips where there is at least some chance for a tree to thrive. We keep on having problems with wanting large trees and not providing the environment where they will succeed. So it behooves us as a city. I was hoping we would do part of it through the strategic plan. Maybe we'll do it through the biodiversity plan to figure out where we can plant large canopy trees. So with all of these three appeals today, I thought that the cedar tree was pretty pathetic, and just going by aesthetic considerations, I would take it out. With these two trees, I can completely see the point of taking it out and planting ginkgo. The problem with the ginkgos is they take a really long time to grow. So in terms of canopy,
I'm
it
open
takes
to,
a long time.
I'm open to suggestions and others. I just thought.
Right. Aesthetically, I guess a ginkgo would make sense. In some way, I'm thinking we should just be consistent and accept staff's recommendations. Staff thought about it, went through our ordinance, and reached a conclusion. If we kind of go by our aesthetic judgment, there's a problem with that. I live under palm trees, and every time there's wind outside, I A, don't go out, B, don't go on the street at all. And it's pretty scary when they drop on the roof. It's scary when they drop on me too. So I am kind of, I think, in favor of just accepting staff's recommendations and saying this is actually an issue that we as a city need to figure out for the future, at least, where to plant trees and what kind of tree to plant. So my mind isn't completely made up yet, but that's where I am at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Feely.
Maybe it's unfair because of the time of the year, but in visiting your home, you have a telephone pole, not a tree on the left.
Yeah.
And you have a tree that's completely imbalanced with not the canopy that I envision heritage trees are supposed to be. The reason we have it, in my opinion, the reason we have a heritage tree ordinance, and I remember when I was on this commission back in the nineties, when we established it, was to create canopy within the city of Mountain View. I don't see any canopy here. For whatever reason, I'm not gonna point fingers at anybody or say what happened. We got a telephone pole and we got an imbalanced tree. And I don't see those as really fitting within what we envision heritage trees to be in creating canopy for the neighborhood. And under the item of the protection of the urban forest, it does talk about the qualities of the heritage tree, including its maturity, aesthetic qualities such as canopy, its shape and structure, its mature stature, and its visual impact on the neighborhood. This one, I see completely different than the other two tonight. And I, with all due respect to Mr. Hanson, I disagree with on this one. I think, given the fact that you're open to replacing it with the tree, maybe a ginkgo like most of the rest of the neighborhood. I don't live that close to you, but I live in that neighborhood and we all have ginkgos. And it's beautiful in the fall. Everybody comes walking through the neighborhood to take pictures in the fall. It's a little bit messy at other times of the year, but it does fit in with the neighborhood. So that's aside, but I'm in favor of not approving the appeal.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Felios. Yeah, this is really tough. This is not ideal. For me, it's really not an aesthetic judgment. The safety issues are what weigh on me. I really do think the collection of considerations tonight supports an argument for really looking at our ordinance and rethinking some of these things. Having said that, I'm going to support the staff recommendation here. I presume that to be a highly professional assessment. But I agree, it's not an ideal tree. The aesthetics are far from ideal. My reading of the ordinance and the general community sentiment is to preserve the trees, so I will go with the staff recommendation. So we will be split on this one.
Can I make another comment?
Please.
Well, there's sort of a question embedded in it, but I think that your assessment was done before the pruning that happened in December.
That is correct.
Yeah. So that's also something to take into account, is that tree that staff reviewed doesn't exist. Well, trees, they don't exist anymore. They were pruned. Pretty hard.
I may be out of order, but I'm the chair, so I'm gonna be out of order. Well, does that affect your assessment, Mr. Hanson?
No. Ultimately, the approach that she took would be where we would go with it, that she did exactly what we would have directed.
Thank you. So there we have it. I think we've got a split on this.
So at this point, I will make a motion saying that I'm not happy. I'm not happy about the situation, but I will make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Urban Forestry Board of the City of Mountain View to deny the appeal, uphold staff's decision, and deny the removal of 2 heritage trees at 573 Carla Court, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the warrant.
I will second the motion so we can vote on it.
Okay.
May be interesting.
Commissioner Bryant?
Yes.
Commissioner Felios?
No.
Commissioner Summer?
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but no.
Vice Chair Mitchner?
No.
and Chair Davis.
Yes, and I think the noes have it, so, we will not be adopting the resolution. And therefore, the appellant is successful. A correct reading of that?
Do you have to make a motion?
Yes, the motion,
I think that motion just doesn't
the
pass.
motion fails.
Yeah.
So another
Yeah,
motion.
Okay, the motion, oh, okay. So
I'll make a motion and, as per section 32.35, number 3, the nature, A3, thank you, A3. I feel that this situation, is one where the natures and qualities of the tree as a heritage tree, including its maturity, its aesthetic qualities as its canopy, its shape and structure, its majestic stature, and its visual impact on the neighborhood are not met. Is that? Yeah,
Can I propose a friendly amendment?
absolutely.
It would relate to conditions of approval. and,
Okay, yeah.
Mitigation. But I want to discuss it a little bit. Is it okay if we let that motion be ride for a
Let
moment?
me need a second to the motion.
If no one seconds, I think it will just.
Okay, all right, I'll second that motion.
Okay.
All right, and so in terms of an amendment, I think what we need to do is sort out what we feel would be an appropriate replanting approach. Like, I'll just say off the top here, 15-gallon ginkgo isn't gonna cut it. That's gonna be a teeny weeny tree for the next 20 years. And I don't think that's an appropriate condition, replacement.
I mean, I'd add that there's 2 trees being
Right.
potentially removed too, so.
Yeah, the problem though is that planting 2 major trees that close together.
Well, not
will
there. I
always-
mean, you'd have to find a different
Yeah.
location for it.
I mean, I would wanna request that they plant a larger tree.
I can do that.
I mean, a more grown tree, not a larger, it's probably a 36-inch box tree, which as a ginkgo is still gonna be pretty small. But I don't know if we need to get that specific about a condition of approval.
Well, let me point something out here. In 32.35 B, conditions of approval of a removal permit that include replacement trees explicitly state that B sub 1 says that determination is going to be by the director based on a recommendation of the city arborist.
Perfect.
So is that?
So with, then maybe all we need to do is sort of give our, kind of like a qualitative sense of what we would find it to be an acceptable replacement with a large, larger box-sized tree. I don't know if that's what you call it. Larger caliper tree.
Based on the removal, staff will work with the property owner to find an appropriate.
Right, and of a larger caliber tree at planting is what I'm having in mind, rather than a.
Can I ask for clarification from council? Are you saying that the commission does not have authority to stipulate the mitigation measure?
There's nothing explicitly in the code that allows the commission to do that at the hearings appeal. The hearings appeal is a straight up or down vote on staff's recommendation. If the recommendation was removal with replacement, that replacement is again determined by the director consulting with the city arborist to determine what types of trees and the location and all the criteria in B sub 1.
So I think that.
We made mitigation recommendations.
Yeah, so I think that the motion, then the only amendment to it would be to incorporate replacement of the tree with a large caliper specimen. As determined by the director in consultation with the city arborist.
It's, you're saying it's not in our purview.
I'm saying it's not in the purview of the board to fashion that remedy here. This board's decision is a straight up or down vote on staff's recommendation.
But I do think that the difference is that in this case, we are calling for a replacement.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is there's nothing explicitly in the code here that permits the board to do that at the appeals here.
Can I ask what the code says? Does it say, I can't remember, does it say 1 for 1 or 2 for 1, or does it even have that in it?
No.
Probably gonna replace it with 5-gallon trees.
The number, species,
one
size, and location of said replacement tree or trees shall be determined by the director upon recommendation of the city arborist. But we're talking about a situation again where a condition of the removal permit incorporates this.
Right, but see, the difference is that we don't have a staff recommendation in front of us. We need to at least describe what we feel would be an appropriate mitigation.
Okay, and again, I'm just counseling that that's not in the code.
So it's not in our purview to stipulate, but we can recommend.
Could absolutely recommend, you could, again, grant the permit based on the representations you heard today, that we could take effort to replace.
If I may, I mean,
Actually, sorry, you may not.
at this point. No. Approval or the B, approval, condition of approval. Approval of an application for a permit may include reasonable conditions to ensure compliance with the content and purposes of this article, including but not limited to. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're not stipulating anything specific. That will be developed by the director in consultation with the arborist. So we're going to require replacement. That's the condition. And that's totally within our purview. It says it in the first sentence.
He's saying there's a distinction between
The express ability to do that on this appeal process.
appeal versus, I guess, an approval, but, yeah.
Okay, I don't have the part about appeals.
Yeah, I'll have to.
See, the
Take
thing
a
is, if
legal-
staff had approved it, they would be, I don't know. Anyway, I'm ready to move forward and I think we should include a brief bit of language about that subject of replacement.
As a recommendation.
Yes.
Can we hear the motion again, please?
I have it on the screen, what you
Oh, okay.
said. I don't know, I mean, beginning with as per section, I believe is what you said.
Right. It's
I mean,
her.
I wish I could make it a little bit bigger. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dealing with old
I
people.
gotta change my glasses, I think.
Is that,
Is there a okay, so as.
Thank
per-
you.
this is what was said. I don't know that
Yeah.
I heard you say deny or any other.
So that would be to grant the appeal. The motion is to grant the appeal and this is the criteria that we're.
Right.
So can I just for clarification, so what is proposed right now is to grant the appeal, but it's still a heritage tree removal. And does that mean that of necessity, if two heritage trees are removed, 4 other trees will have to be planted? Or is the route the commission is going at this point, does that take away those requirements?
I think yeah, it's strange to not imagine that the conditions of approval section doesn't apply. Even though it was an appeal.
Because it's still a heritage tree.
Yeah, it's a heritage tree and we're granting the appeal, which
So-
means they'll be allowed to remove it and that there would be conditions of approval of the removal.
So
think
I haven't
take
actually
action.
heard an answer. I mean, Commissioner Summer, thank you, but I'd like to hear an answer from staff about whether
Yeah, so would I.
the direction in which the PRC is going right now will the applicant still be required to do the 2-for-1 mitigation for taking out the heritage tree, or is this now no longer valid? Am I being clear?
So is I'll to you a little bit, so the heritage replacement, if you had approved, what would the mitigation have been?
In this case, it would have been a 1-for-1, a total of 2 trees to be replaced.
Why a 1-for-1 rather than a 2-for-1, which is, I think, what we usually do for heritage trees?
It depends on whether they're related to development or whether they're just a standalone single-family permit. Single-family standalone permits, we typically do 1-for-1.
Oh, really? Say, don't you
Because
remember
when the one in front of Colonial Mortuary we did, that was a development thing, and that's why it was 2-for-1.
None of this necessarily makes sense, but very good. We'll talk about
I
it.
have
So I think
something to
we
say
need
about
to-
that, I'll say at the end. Reminded me of something.
So the friendly amendment is to recommend replacement with larger caliper specimen as determined by the director and city arborist. So that's a nudge, a recommendation, but ultimately their decision. Are you accepting that?
Yeah, I'll accept that, that's fine.
Is what's written on here accurate to what your amendment was in your motion?
So to grant the appeal per section 32.35. I think stuff. For those reasons, I can't read that much. And to recommend replacement of the tree with a large caliper specimen as determined by the director in consultation with the city. Is that your?
Are you good?
Well, the ARPA-Net was sort of misleading because what I thought you were saying was that the removal criteria is met because it does not, it has none of those qualities. They
That's why it
criteria
gets
for
stuck at the
removal,
end.
yeah.
And you're, I don't know, supposed to, chair, you're supposed to take action on this, but can your motion simply be to grant the appeal and recommend replacement with a larger caliper?
I'm gonna withdraw that and just make it simpler, as Commissioner Davis just said. Say it again.
So we do have a.
We don't need all that.
Do we have to vote down
We-
that and then redo the?
Good point.
So I
Well,
think- I
unless
think
we
we-
both,
well-
unless we both withdraw.
Okay.
Well, so I've noticed that previously we, when we get into these crafting the motions on the fly, we always have trouble with it because we struggle to describe why we're doing it. And I've always been uncomfortable with not describing why we're doing it. I think we do need to articulate, since we don't have, you know, a beautiful staff memo that steps through everything. I think we do need to explain that we feel that the removal is justified because the tree meets one of the criteria for removal. And maybe that's all you have to say.
But the tree removal does meet the requirement of 32, 35.
Yeah.
A3.
Yeah.
That's,
To grant the appeal. So I think that we can continue to make friendly amendments
Okay,
without voting it up or down. Yeah. So I think, rather than needing to spell out what the ordinance says in A3, we can just reference A3.
okay. So you are suggesting the language be to grant the appeal per section or A3, and then you wanted your friendly amendment includes further description?
To recommend replacement of the tree with a large, you know, like written.
So is your friendly amendment scrapping that everything after A3 to the bottom of the paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, that would certainly simplify.
So the motion, we can't change. The motion was made and seconded, so we can't change that unless this language is not what was.
Okay, then I'm gonna
said.
call for a vote on the motion so we can.
But Your
I mean,
amendment, I don't think was accepted by Commissioner Felios.
I
yet.
did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
No.
But, so now I'm not sure
Well, I
what
think-
exactly we're voting or
I
what,
think
where
we
it
can
stands.
further amend.
can we withdraw
No,
and start
it's-
again
This is all
and
right.
make it
Rules of
simpler?
order. We can amend it, I believe.
Well, I think staff is saying that it's been motioned and seconded, and you're in the process of making a friendly amendment.
Did Commissioner Summer already make a friendly amendment and now there's another friendly amendment
Yeah.
that's
Correct.
being made?
Right.
Can another commissioner make that friendly amendment, just so it's?
I think you were proposing making it simpler.
I'm not, that might be a revision, I'm not sure it's a friendly amendment. Is that okay? So my friendly amendment would, for the wording to be to grant the appeal per section 32.35, section A3, and recommend replacement of a tree with a larger caliper specimen as determined by the director, consultant, consultation with the city arborist. Essentially taking everything after A3 to the bottom of the paragraph out for simplicity.
We do need to, though I would recommend, like Commissioner Summer was saying, you know, the why. Why is that criteria met, essentially, could be included in a motion.
It's not explanatory in section A3.
Well, it could be as simple as the trees the trees maturity, aesthetic qualities, and canopy shape and structure necessitate its removal, you know, even something along those lines.
I mean, just to throw something out there, I mean, for me, it's largely A3, but for me, A1 plays in as well. I mean, just the danger and the nuisance plays in as well, so.
So I made a friendly amendment, but I don't think it was that friendly.
Well, have you finalized your friendly amendment?
Well, nobody's
Yeah,
accepted it
nobody's
yet
accepted
either,
it,
so
so
you
we
can
can't-
change it.
yeah.
You can still change
Okay,
it.
so you.
Sections A1 and A3.
My recommendation is to not accept mine, not accept hers, vote yours down and redo it. Cause we're stuck in.
We can
Well,
do
this
that.
is all procedural, so let's
Yeah,
just
that-
do stuff and we get it done.
Yeah,
Well, that's
legal,
what I was
legal,
saying.
tell us what we need to do. Tell us what we need to do.
I would, probably make a motion to scrap this entire
But
draft amendment and start over.
don't we have to?
So would they just vote on this one and they all say no?
Yeah, I guess vote on this one, and I'll say
Yeah,
no.
that's my point. Don't accept mine,
Wait.
don't accept hers,
Right.
vote on yours.
Keep
Okay.
what we've got.
And then we'll-
Keep working on it.
We'll simplify it. So,
Do we have a second on mine? I guess
we
we
already
did,
had
yeah.
a second and you didn't accept either
Okay,
amendment, so
I'm
now
not
we're gonna
accepting
vote
those.
on his.
He accepts, so Commissioner Felios, you said accepted.
I had, yeah.
So that one stands. Nobody has, he has not accepted
Mine,
yours yet. So do you want to not?
so we can vote on that.
So, sorry, where are we? Can I?
We
We're-
have a motion and a
Yes.
friendly amendment that
Yes.
was accepted, a
Yep.
friendly amendment that was not accepted.
So now we just remain with
The original.
the original motion as amended by Commissioner Summer.
But I'm not even sure the original motion is complete. And it's-
So another friendly amendment can be made to make it more complete, and then we could vote on it. And if that friendly amendment is seconded, then we can vote.
I think that's what you were trying
Yeah.
to.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do.
Okay, great.
Okay, so.
So you
Do you
can,
accept this revised?
no, so I think the idea is the amendment that you're going to make is going to essentially replace the original in wording.
Yes, yes.
Replace the original motion. So this wording right here should be essentially what you want the motion to be.
Yeah,
And with
yeah.
all details included. So if
Right.
this is what you want, then that is what Helio should accept. If
And I
this
had
is
it-
not what you want.
And I had advised that it should be more complete, meaning
Oh,
at the next one.
So that's my friendly amendment. Do you accept that?
Hey, wait a second, wait, hang on, one moment. Legal is saying that you may want to expand
Yeah.
slightly to explain the why the removal is being approved.
So we, the A and A three
Yeah, that's
contain
Joseph.
elements that we would wanna expand upon briefly.
So can I make a suggestion as far as where to put that language in there?
Sure.
So to grant the appeal for section 32.35A3. Removal is warranted because of the negative aesthetic qualities, shape and structure and conditions of the tree. And that's the language of that subsection.
I mean, the challenge is, as I read this, one of the challenges, as we go to redo these things. One is a negative, two is a negative, but three is stated as a positive, so you have to sort of say that the positive doesn't exist as opposed to one and two, you say that the negative does exist. I mean, that's.
Understood.
Okay, so, thank you. I think we're, council, can we accept that and vote on it then?
Shape and structure of the tree.
So that would be my, well, is that your?
Let's say, grant the appeal per section blah, blah, blah. Removal of
the
two trees at 573 Carla Court was warranted because of the negative aesthetic qualities, shape and structure of both trees.
Period, and further, the commission recommends replacement.
You do.
I'm sorry, I missed
So
that.
now I accept it.
But
Wait, not yet,
I
not yet,
missed
hold
that.
on.
I missed that last tiny bit that you just said.
Oh, I would just, sort of grammatically put a period after that. And then furthermore, commissioners recommend replacement.
After both trees.
Oh, thank you.
Furthermore, or the commission.
The commission recommends.
Is it a
Not
large?
take the A out,
Or is
or
it-
the word large.
Or is it multiple? I mean,
With larger.
And then one more suggestion after section A3, maybe and allow removal.
Yeah.
Is specimen singular rather than plural there?
Special caliber specimens, because there's two trees.
Right. But then the replacement of the trees with larger, okay.
Caliber should be with a P.
Mhm.
Is it with a P?
It's a P,
It's a P?
yes.
I was
Oh.
debating in my head.
We good?
Oh. I learned something.
So I think you have to
I have
accept.
to.
Okay, so are you're good with this as being your.
That's your friendly
Your
amendment.
That's
friendly.
my friendly amendment
Okay, so
if he
then-
accepts it.
Yeah.
So it should say, instead of and allow, it should say because removal of the two trees is warranted. Or, there's two becauses now, but that needs to be said. Due to instead of because of. Yeah.
Okay, Chair
Is that
Davis,
your-
are you okay with this wording as being your friendly amendment?
Absolutely. That's
Okay.
exactly what I was saying.
Okay. Then
As long as
Commissioner
it's
Felios,
accepted.
do you accept?
I
this?
accept.
May we have a vote on the motion?
Well, just can I mean, since we're still in the discussion phase.
No, we're not.
We should be.
Should we? Okay.
I mean, I'm just wondering, you know, since we don't do this very often, whether it's stronger to also include, you know, furthermore, you know, condition A1 is also, I mean, I'm not gonna word this right, but it's in play here as well. We didn't just have one.
I'm gonna go back to the original. It's not necessary, but that's. up to you.
You're making a further friendly amendment.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of establishing precedent on these decisions and stuff like that. You know, are we always gonna just do it based on whether it looks like it's a, yeah. Anyway, I'm fine, whatever,
You are not making a friendly amendment.
I guess.
Are there any other friendly amendments?
No, I will just say that I think the commission is being inconsistent with our other decisions tonight, so congratulations on the editing job, and I'm going to vote against this.
Please, may we call for a vote?
Okay, so we have Commissioner Bryant,
No.
we have Commissioner Felios,
Yes.
we have Commissioner Summer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mitchner,
Yes.
and Chair Davis.
So 30. No.
Okay.
So it
It
carries.
passes.
The motion carries. So, all right, the appeal was successful. Now I can say that. Thank you for hanging in there while we dealt with the procedural issues. I think the chair is probably gonna get impeached. Yeah, it should be. And we have one remaining item on the, well, so. Item on the agenda, which is a presentation from Teaching Associates. And it's that virtual Mountain View Wisman School District Outdoor Learning Project. I'm not sure who's speaking, so I will. We have. Crosby.
Can we give it a minute for everyone to kind of adjustments are.
We're gonna take a 1-minute break.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Carly. I'll
Hi.
introduce you all in just 1 second.
Yeah, not a problem. I'm waiting for George to join as well.
Perfect.
Um,
Okay.
can you just confirm, Allison, that George Lowe was also invited as panelist?
Yeah.
Oh,
was just
there he
promoted.
is.
Yep.
I have manifested him to the
Yes,
meeting.
you did. You were on the live. All right, if everyone's ready to move to our next item, my name is Christine Crosby, Assistant Community Services Director. And I'm here tonight to introduce item 5.4, which is the Mountain View Wisdom School District Outdoor Learning Project. As you're aware, we are good partners with the school district and have been at the table with conversations on the outdoor learning project that the district is moving forward with. I'd like to just note that this is purely a Mountain View Wisman School District project taking place on district land using district funding. The purpose of tonight's item is one more touch point of the district's outreach project to share with the Parks and Recreation Commission as well as the community the updated concepts that they have developed for this outdoor learning project on 11 of their school sites. So again, this is an opportunity for the public and the PRC to hear the presentation, provide comment. There is no recommendation that is required for this item because again, we're just providing feedback. I do want to point out that in attachment 2 of the report that included concepts, there were 3 maps that stated revised design in progress. That was for Amai, Bub, and Therakoff. There was also a map for those 3 sites. Those 3 sites are actually the accurate concepts. The pages that were stated revised design in progress were accidentally kept in there when they should have been removed. So otherwise, all of the maps that in there are the accurate ones that will be shared tonight. And with that, I would like to introduce George and Carly of Carducci Associates, who are assisting the Mountain View Wisman School District with this project. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. I'm George Lowe. I am a landscape architect with Carducci Associates, and I'm joined this evening by Carly, who is also a landscape architect in our office. And together we have been working on this project for a number of years. Carly actually predates me in her involvement with the district on this greening project. I joined and started up on this project in earnest about 2 years ago, maybe almost 2.5 at this point. And we have been tasked with the objective of greening and bringing greening and outdoor learning to the school sites, to the 11 school sites in the Mountain View Wisman School District. So over the last couple years, we've had a lot of conversations with community members, with the school administration, with the teachers, sometimes with students. We've had a number of school board presentations. We have worked to sort of flesh out the objectives of this project as it transitioned from a very sort of COVID-related outdoor learning project to something a bit more expansive in terms of diversifying the school sites in terms of program, opportunity, the kinds of activities that are afforded to students, being mindful of the fact that students have very different things they want to do during the day. There's different kinds of kids, there's different kinds of learning that goes on at the schools throughout the day, throughout the year, and basically trying to provide a sort of, like I said, a more diverse backdrop where these things could happen. So we have also been very focused on very like practical things like bringing physical comfort to the campuses by trying to, I mean, we haven't done any of the projects yet, but in the designs, increasing the amount of shade, increasing the amount of natural materials where possible, trying to remove paving and asphalt and replace it with different kinds of opportunities and settings at these schools. So we have the Vargas School site was identified as the pilot in this project, and it advanced sooner. I mean, it was picked to advance quicker than the other schools. So that project, there's been some work that's been done there. You might have seen it with some large trees that were replaced along the street and additional planting, primarily around the perimeter. And then in a couple months, we have a signed contract, or the district has a signed contract to do a fair amount of improvements on the inner schoolyard. And we're really excited to see that happening. We were excited to see the bid notice go out and get responses and have someone come back that was within the budget. So that's going to be a great opportunity to see an example of what these transformations will look like. And while that happens, we're also working on the other 10 schools. So there are 8 elementary schools and 2 middle schools. You are probably very well aware or familiar with them. A couple of the schools like Castro Mistral are basically a shared campus. So when you see the designs that we have developed, that's basically being presented as a single school. And then Stevenson and Therakoff, kind of similarly, but not quite as overlapping, or adjacent school sites. So more recently, last summer, fall, we started developing plans for these 10 other schools, and we've been holding these feedback and listening sessions with various stakeholders. And then in January, we met with some of your city staff, as well as the youth sports leagues. So there was like 4 soccer leagues and 2 baseball leagues or something like that represented. And we showed them the plans, and we went school by school, and they said, okay, these are the age groups that hold regular events, during the sports seasons at these schools. These are the sizes of the fields. Obviously, with baseball and softball, it's baked in, but with soccer, it's flexible. So this is the amount of lawn space we need preserved in order to host the games that we need here. So in the designs that you're going to see us present, you'll see the outlines of soccer fields dashed in, and those represent the sizes of the fields that the leagues have listed for us. So our plan this evening is just to go school by school and sort of show you where we're at. Every design that you're going to see tonight has been presented to the school community. That means parents, the principal, sometimes additional staff input. And so we've already gotten some comments on these designs about things that they would like to prioritize or see changed. But those requests or those priorities are not necessarily reflected in what we're going to show you this evening. So I'm assuming it's okay I'm going to be sharing my screen, and then Carly, I'll just go through my 5, right? And then you'll take your.
Yeah, if you have the full presentation open, would you mind just going through them all, and I'll jump on to the sites that are for my speaking points?
Yeah, sure.
That way we're not jumping back and forth with sharing screen. And just another element that you'll notice on all these plans that George didn't mention is there is like a red dashed line that's identified on all these school sites, which essentially is emphasizing the emergency vehicle access lanes for each school site, which is an element that is regulated by the Division of State Architect, which regulates all the public school designs and con construction kind of administration. And in those areas, we're very limited with what we're able to do with regards to improvements. So in some cases, we're able to do things as long as there's no vertical obstructions, but in most cases, we're trying to avoid impacting that zone as best as possible. So a lot of the improvements will kind of be outside of that area identified on all the plans.
Is there any way we could make those larger?
Yeah. I think, George, did you, let's see, if you close your studio panel and then reduce down your markups list, or if you go to window, you might be able to go into presentation mode. That might be the best case.
Yeah, and Carly and George, I think we have hard copies, so we're going to provide those to the commissioners if needed, to aid in that process.
Yeah, and at any point during discussion, we're happy to also zoom into specific elements that you may be interested in.
Perfect.
Is that better?
Better. If you did have a presentation mode, it'd be helpful.
If you go to window, George, and then there's a presentation mode in there.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit better. There you go.
A little bit better.
Perfect.
Okay, so the first school here, we're just gonna go alphabetically. Amy Amai has been, she's been given a first name status, so she's at the top of the list. But so we have a number of schools, Amy Amai, Landals, and Bub, which I probably present first, which are very similar layouts. They have like these three, now I don't have,
I can see your mouse.
you can, but I can't zoom in anymore, so.
Oh, let's see. View, exit, maybe, okay, that might be better.
Yeah. So sorry, they have, the front of the school here, just to orient you. This school has this octagonal, or maybe it's even a 10-sided library building. You have a classroom wing here. You have 3 classroom wings parallel behind or south of the library. And then in these 3 cases that you'll be looking at have a more recently built multi-purpose room or multi-use building down here, and then a blacktop area. And all these schools have received solar canopies or solar arrays. Most of them have 2, so you can see them kind of faintly dashed in here. And then this school has 3 existing playgrounds in a very expansive blacktop area. So the feedback and the input we've gotten from this school community has really been around greening, which is kind of where the project started with its objectives and goals. And so we have some improvements proposed for the front, where there's going to be some seating provided for kids who are waiting to get picked up, and also provide opportunities for families to assemble, during pickup and drop off, just as a community building setting. We're proposing to add quite a bit of planting in between these classroom wings, create like, excuse me, small group seating opportunities, and even like edible beds. So we've been working a lot with Living Classroom, which is probably an organization that at least some of you are familiar with. So they're very involved in these school sites, and we have been in very close contact with them. So trying to provide them more infrastructure or amenities for their teaching exercises. So we have that going on. And then the main moves here, in addition to doing some work around the expanded kindergarten and TK area, is really to create these 2 large nature play zones. In this case, this one would be pulling up a bunch of the asphalt north of this middle playground area, and then a much bigger space down here. This is schematic design, so a lot of these are schematic in nature. You know, we haven't worked out the details of exactly what materials or what exactly is going to go where. It's more, we're just trying to figure out where on the campus these improvements are going to take place and what the nature of those improvements is going to be. So in this case, there would be this expansive sort of nature play / gathering / like small performance space that would go in down here, and about half of that would be eating into the asphalt, and then there would be some small minimal removal of existing lawn in this area here. And then, as I mentioned, there are two soccer fields that could be accommodated in this design. So that is AMI. And then this is mentioned, this is not, it's just a placeholder. This here is Benjamin Bubb Elementary. So as I mentioned, it's kind of a similar layout with the library, the classroom wings, the main classroom wing here, the administration building, the entry, pickup, drop-off space. The people at Bubb have expressed quite different priorities and needs, and what they really want to see is improvements, in some case, maybe a replacement of the actual play structures that are existing there. In many of these schools, because of the changes around the TK instruction next year, there's going to be an influx of TK students, younger students. Their existing the play structure that's been designed for the younger students at the school is older, and they would like to see it updated. So we're not exactly sure if it's going to mean the removal, the demolition of an existing one and its replacement, or whether there'll be a new play area built out in the lawn. But what you're seeing here is where we were in the last part of the conversation, which is that it would be a new play structure. Since then, we've gotten some feedback that there might be a way to make both some sort of like a nature play, nature experience zone happen here, and actually move the new play structure into the site of the existing one. So demolish this one here. This school is much more impacted with respect to the blacktop. It's not as expansive. In addition to the two solar arrays, they also have an existing shade structure. And then you can see that the emergency vehicle access lane doesn't leave a lot of space for asphalt removal. So in this case, other than some smaller improvements proposed in different areas of the campus, a lot of the work would involve removal of the lawn. But still, we are respecting the soccer needs of the youth sports leagues, and so that's what you're seeing here is number 7.
So
I'm gonna actually, can I
yeah.
just go through the other? Yeah, I'm just gonna go through Landals, which is the other one that's quite similar. So this is Landals Elementary. Same layout, school entry, library, 3 classroom wings, big classroom wing over here, admin building, NPR, some portables that still exist on this campus, couple of solar arrays. This is the design that we showed to the community about 2 weeks ago. And unlike some of the other 2 schools we just looked at, they do have a baseball / softball field here, which you can see kind of ghosted in the aerial with a backstop that backs right onto the main parts of campus, including this play area that's been specially designed for special needs students. What we heard at the last community meeting was that this school really wants the fundamental layout of this campus changed. And it's true that the backstop and the location of this baseball field really impacts the school. It separates the most usable parts of the lawn where all these improvements are shown in this plan. The lawn is kind of undulating. So it's obviously it can be fun, but it's not a great place for like organized sports or, just like PE or recess time sports. And so the location of this baseball diamond challenges their supervision capacity, and they don't really have they don't really have enough volunteers and staff to monitor this whole field area in addition to the blacktop and the inter wing spaces. So they basically try to prevent their students from using a lot of the space during the day. And what this community really wants is a fundamental reorganization of the campus. And so what they have prioritized is actually spending the money to move the backstop and move the baseball diamond probably to this corner near the new bathroom block, which would make a lot more sense for the community members who are coming in here. It also is a better orientation with respect to, like north, south, east, west, not having the batters looking into the sun. So ideally, the batters would be facing northeast. So it would make sense from a design standpoint from many perspectives to move this thing. So they really want to see this happen. So the next iteration of this design is going to basically forego some of these other improvements that you're seeing in other parts of the campus to focus on ways that they can turn this campus into something that's long-term, more just has a better layout. And if they need to make some of these other improvements in 5-10 years with respect to play structures or nature play areas, they're happy to postpone those things so that the thing can be fundamentally made right. So do you want to do a few, or you want me to go through the two middle schools first?
I think it'd be good to go through the two middle schools because then the rest I think are mine.
Yeah. Okay, so those are those three schools. And then there are, as you know, two middle schools in the district. This is Crittenden. So what we're looking at here, again, this is sort of the main pickup drop-off area of the school. There's also a theater over here that has a drop-off and a parking area. This is the admin building and entry to the school. And you have these two classroom wings, a science wing, another classroom here, the gym, etc. If you're not as familiar. Excuse me. A football field and track, a baseball diamond that's outside the fence. So in this case, we have the middle schools have a little bit more money to allotted to them. We have some improvements going on at the street where there's an existing lawn, but the students are really interested in seeing a transformation of this area that sort of suited their more social before and after school needs, experiences. And then the focus of this design is this central quad. I'm imagining that many of you have had kids who have gone to these schools and are probably familiar with these campuses. But right now, there's a lot of asphalt in here. There are a few very small trees that were planted that haven't achieved the stature that they need to provide shade. So we are looking at really an overhaul of this area that brings in natural paving, more trees, more planting, a bit of berming to create kind of interest, and create a space where these students can organize themselves in the many different ways they do throughout sometimes the day, but certainly the school year. So what we saw at these middle schools, not anything revolutionary in our observations, but obviously these kids are much more social. It's much less play-based. Their social experiences are about, you know, talking, hanging out, looking at each other. So rather than focusing on like nature play or, you know, play structures as we did at the elementary schools, this is really about creating a diverse, varied social setting that's also comfortable and kind of can flex to the different sizes of groups that gather over the course of the day. And then we're also looking at really enhancing their outdoor classroom and near the science wing, lots of new raised beds, some screening along this public use path, seating areas. Similar over here in this pickup area, and then potentially painting the basketball courts with the school colors. So that's where we stand with that design. And finally, Graham. So again, here is the administration building. This, I believe, is the library. So this is kind of the pickup, drop off, parking, staff parking down here, large track and field area, large lawn area with the baseball field or softball field. The improvements at this school are really focused on this corridor. One of the big changes is to move this existing bike cage, which maybe you are familiar with, which occupies a lot of space on the main blacktop, and then make use of that freed up space to bring in natural materials, trees, this kind of like amphitheater type space. Again, a diversity of spaces and of different sizes so that whether you're one kid who wants to eat lunch alone or whether you're 15 kids who want to just chat over, you know, during lunch, there are spaces to accommodate you. A pretty significant investment in a new shade structure. This is the only campus in the district that does not have a shade structure of some kind that's accessible. They do have a solar array, but it's out here along the parking area. So there is no dependable shade and rain protection for lunch. So that's something we're looking to do there. And then the last area of major investment would be this space up here, which previously was these two buildings were TK classrooms. They are now special needs classrooms. The space out here that's dedicated to them is not well suited for special needs population. So we are looking to transform that into something that serves that community's needs. And we have started the conversation with the school's special needs specialists to make sure that we do that in a way that respects what they want to do out there. And we do have a lot of experience as a firm in these kind of spaces. So this is not new territory for us, but every community has their own particular needs. So, and then other than that, there's some other sort of greening efforts around, but those are the main moves at this school. And I will now hand it over to Carly.
Yeah, I think I'll share just so that I can do the zooming on my
Yeah.
own. So let me get that started. Okay. All right. Can you guys all see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Screen mode here. So we're going to start with Castro and Mistral. I think George already gave a quick overview of the uniqueness that this site has a shared outdoor space of where they do lunch, their recess, and other recreational activities in a shared field. Yet they do have their own separate campuses where they hold classrooms and administration. So this project had, with each school site having its own budget, this site essentially had a combined budget due to the nature of sharing a lot of the facilities. So we were able to do a little bit more with regards to the amount of improvements you see on the site for the fact that we're trying to address each school site's particular needs. So just to go over some of the important areas for Mistral. So on the Mistral side, which is here on the left, and then you have Castro on the right, both of which have their own pickup and drop off situations where their admins kind of flank those vehicular roadways. So you have Mistral's admin here, you have Castro's admin building here, and then they have their classroom wings either parallel here or in the more newly renovated Castro site is in these kind of wings here with a double story building. So there's classrooms on 2 floors. We have a larger kind of kindergarten facility here, and then Mistral's kindergarten facility is up here. But ultimately, the MUR or the MPR, the library, the hard courts, the playgrounds, and the field are all shared facilities between the 2 campuses. So what you're seeing is kind of that harmony of all the improvements that we have here. But starting with the Mistral side, some of the priorities for this campus were to provide additional. So this is the language immersion school. So they have a high population of Spanish-speaking students, as well as high needs for like sensory and activation of like affirmation walks and such. So at this site, what we did for their kindergarten yard is we're keeping the existing play structure that's there, but along the fence line, which is not a very large space, they would like to remove some of the failed planting in that space with a more sensory focused play area, which would incorporate, again, not specific materials, but an array of different things such as like sensory walks, art walls, natural materials for balancing and gathering, musical play elements possibly, as well as some sensory tables. Some improvements with planting areas, upgrading them to a more aesthetic kind of natural native space. They're in between classroom wings, kind of similar to the other sites that George was speaking about. They do have a desire to use these spaces for, particular outdoor learning uses. So we've looked at currently all that there really are in these spaces are trees with really small tree wells. So looking at activating those in between classroom spaces by expanding on those planting areas, providing additional root zone to the trees that are there, putting in new trees, and activating it by the use of benches and picnic tables, as well as the blue area would be identified stripes zones. So whether they're affirmation walks, sensory walks, or any sort of like graphic painting on the ground, we would work with staff to develop that. But they really want to enhance these areas so that they can become a great space for one-on-ones, for small group activities, small group gatherings, reading, any sort of activity essentially that can be done in an outdoor setting that's adjacent to nearby classrooms. So each wing kind of has their own activation of that space. Moving down the page, Mistral also has the Castro Mistral site has really beautiful mature trees on site, whether it's oaks, redwoods, or I believe London plane trees. We really want to not only protect these mature trees, but activate the zones beneath them. So right now there are a lot of areas that are, besides number 3 here, which is their redwood grove, number 7 and number 4 are currently large planting areas that don't have any sort of protection to that root zone or soil for the trees. So we're looking at kind of enhancing that area to provide additional planting, additional trees, some seating and natural elements, as well as like potentially a performance stage or a stage that could be used for informal kind of imaginative play. And then enhancing their redwood garden as it is currently to be more of a quasi-performative space that could be done for whether it is a performance style or it is something like their reading clubs or again could be used for different types of smaller instruction. They wanted to have a little bit of a fluidity of use in this space. So we've designed something that protects the existing redwoods, enhancing the planting areas adjacent to them, but at the same time providing a space outside that can be utilized in those various ways. And then I spoke a little bit about zone 7, but this is this large area, which this little cloud shape, you can see the existing canopies of these trees are rather large. And being that this space, we're trying to activate existing shaded areas for children and the adjacent communities, we wanted to incorporate areas that they can actually gather, sit, play, and learn in under these existing canopies while enhancing and adding additional trees. So that's kind of this expanded zone 7 here. Which is adjacent to playgrounds, which can also provide an area of refuge on those really hot days where these playgrounds don't currently have shade. Going to another shared space, so this is the library, and just beneath the library where they have, as you can see, all their picnic tables for lunch are currently housed under the existing solar array. We discussed basically the whole area that is adjacent to the library and the MUR has a lot of paving. So looking at removing that paving and activating those spaces for more gathering and outdoor learning opportunities. So whether it's additional planting material and seating elements or a larger seating gathering space that could be used for a potentially a full class or a half class, giving them the autonomy of using these spaces adjacent to the library and kind of get the most use of areas that are currently not used at all. And then in area 6 here, this is actually looking at expanding the existing living classroom, outdoor learning garden and native garden. So we would be removing some asphalt to put in raised beds, instruction tables, a chalkboard, benches, so that way that there could be a larger space for outdoor instruction for the living classroom curriculum. And then when they're not there, can also be utilized for various other means. Whether it is by staff, whether it is by the community, it can be used kind of as a gathering space as well. Now looking at Castro, we know that Castro was recently renovated in the past years, but of course, with all large construction projects like a campus reconstruction, a lot of times the budget gets cut. So there were a lot of elements between these classrooms that originally was proposed that currently now it's just all asphalt or concrete. So we're looking at kind of bringing that vision back to that space by activating the zones between these classroom buildings, incorporating tables, trees, native planting, and this could be sort of like an art wall chalkboard area for outdoor instruction. So that way these spaces are no longer just wide arrays of like concrete paving or just, you know, unused space. It could actually be utilized by the classrooms or smaller one-on-one groups. And then giving Castro an expanded living classroom area as well. So that way there still can be separate instruction between the two campuses if needed. So they would get some raised beds, an outdoor classroom space, which can also be utilized by school staff or a living classroom during their curriculum, supported right outside the classroom wings there. So all these spaces here would be look at removing paving to incorporate these more natural spaces with while reducing heat that can be embodied in those in between building areas. And at the kindergarten, similar concept of removing a lot of asphalt to provide a larger grove for them. We acknowledge that there's a really extensive and nice natural grove of trees just outside the fence line, but being able to bring nature to the students so that they can have an outdoor space that they can connect in and find refuge in on hot days that complement the traditional structures was our goal in this area. While limited of a space, you know, we try to take up as much space as possible to provide seating, trees, natural materials to kind of create a holistic area that can be used by the kindergarten classrooms while in harmony with the existing play structure there. And then the biggest item for Castro Mistral is if you've been to the site, you'll notice that the field area is actually not used for any sort of official recreational sports. It's in the shape of like a bowl because it berms at the edges and then kind of sinks down in the center. And so they have a lot of drainage issues throughout the year when it's right now, like in the really rainy season. And this space, due to the berms, is also not really easy to be supervised. So the amount of time that students actually get to spend on this lawn area is very limited due to those reasons. Additionally, we heard that Castro Mistral is located in an area that could really use some form of a recreational field that can be used even if it were just for practices for say soccer or other sports leagues. So We're looking at leveling the entire field, so it'll be a grading exercise to flatten it out, improve its drainage by including a sand-based lawn structure. So that way we can give a more year-round type of use to the field while also incorporating additional uses from like potential recreational leagues. So that's going to be a major improvement for both sites as well as the larger community. So that was a lot because it was 2 sites. But moving in to the next project, these are all ones that George went over. So let's see. Okay. The next, so then Montaloma. Montaloma is currently undergoing a fencing project where the district is fencing in a portion of the site here adjacent to the kinder wing to provide a sense of some site security for the students throughout the day and avoiding elopements of students through the field throughout the day. So most of the improvements are all going to be within that fence line that you're seeing here. At Montaloma, there are some improvements here at the frontage. This is where pickup and drop off happens. With the new fence that was moved here, it opens up this area to be developed, which is currently a just a planting bed with an old fountain that is no longer in use. So the idea is to activate that space, provide an area for pickup and drop off, as well as creating kind of an art interest with the sculpture there and adding trees. There are some existing plum trees in here already. So it would be a great space for students to wait, whether before or after school for their parents, or even to be utilized for say like PTA meetings or, you know, the ice cream social during the years, which I know right now goes on the lawn, which is very lovely. But that would happen at the front there. One thing we heard throughout a lot of our feedback meetings with the principals in the site community is that since TK now inhabits this building here with kindergarten students, the special ed students that used to be in this building are now in the building that's located right over here near the admin wing. And due to the special needs of that population, they don't have an adjacent yard anymore that they can utilize to help with, you know, the sensory needs and the different vestibular needs of those students. So a high priority for them was to utilize these 2 asphalt yards adjacent to the building to create a special, whether a play structure or sensory play space for the students here that would be fenced in, as well as right now it's just the pathway, but using this yard to put in different types of asphalt painting with like a trike path, sensory walks and that sort to help activate those spaces that can be directly used by the special ed classrooms in this building. So that was a high priority for the site as well. Montaloma does have one of the more unique layouts of all the elementary schools, just because it does have this kind of central campus feel where there's a lot of courtyards in between the classrooms that flank it on either side. So the biggest of those spaces is what we're looking at here adjacent to the library and this kind of informal amphitheater performance space. Currently it's all lawn with some existing trees that flank the edges here with a huge berm that's in the middle. I think the intention was for it to be used kind of as an event space or an auditorium type space that's outdoors. However, because of the sun exposure and the drainage issues with the lawn, it does not get used in that way. So there was a desire to activate that space by removing most of the lawn and putting in different types of outdoor improvements, such as here we're actually looking at relocating the living classroom garden, which is currently located in area 4, only because this space is not protected by the playground. It could have a lot of, you know, use from like errant balls that head into that space. So looking at potentially transferring that space to the larger amphitheater area that can be used by living classroom, but again, used by the adjacent classrooms for outdoor instruction, as it has a shed, a chalkboard, an instruction table, and seating enough for a classroom. And then the lower half, we would look at removing lawn and kind of similar to other campuses, creating a performance space, which also has seating to accommodate a full classroom, along with some additional trees and like a grove setting for shade, with a half circle, semicircle stage. And then in area 4 would be removing the current living classroom or having it relocated. And then expanding this area beyond its current fence line by removing that fence line, we can now create a larger zone that can be flanked by trees, that has a central outdoor learning space to accommodate a full classroom, as well as some native planting adjacent to this that could be used in various ways. Either it could be spillover from the lunch area down here, or it can be used during playtime and recess for students that may want more quiet time activities, or it could be used by adjacent classrooms as an outdoor classroom as well. So it kind of creates at a nexus of all these different uses, and so amplifying that use to be more for learning and gathering made more sense than having a living classroom space here. So that was the big shift. With the new fenced K yard and adjacent building space, we're looking at, again, just improving the existing lawn to be inclusive of some outdoor natural materials, sensory spaces, raised garden beds, improving the root zone of these existing trees, and then adding trees where feasible to increase the level of enclosure and screening with the adjacent fence area. And that here too is looking at just adding different elements to increase tree canopy and interest with screening plants along the fence, as well as some natural materials. And then just for their large play area, which they only have, besides the kinder, they only really have this one large play structure. There's a lot of open space currently in the play area. So utilizing that open space to bring in potentially 2 new play structures for the 5 to 12, for the all age groups of this site, as well as bringing in natural materials under the existing tree canopy here, removing some of the asphalt paving to give these existing trees more root zone because they're currently impacting the paving that's there with their roots, and then providing a smaller space for picnic tables to gather because I think they're currently kind of placed or scattered throughout this play area now, but this creates a more accessible entry point that can be used by all ages and body types. So that would be the Montaloma improvements. And since our last meeting, there's been some just very minimal changes regarding mostly the special ed uses, and then meeting with living classroom about the layouts. But generally speaking, the site users were content with this design. Let's see. Okay, so this one would be Stevenson. Stevenson's also a unique site. It shares somewhat of a site with Theracop, but mostly it's the fields between the 2 campuses that they share, not so much the actual like play yards or central space. However, Stevenson was a challenge because, as I mentioned before, with the emergency vehicle access lane, and in this case, a rather large solar array canopy, there's a lot of space on the interior of the campus here that we weren't necessarily able to really improve by adding too many larger spaces for removing asphalt to create like areas like nature play, gathering, outdoor learning, only because of those restrictions. So what we're looking at here is minimally, where possible, removing some asphalt to provide tree canopy, say for the kinder yards, working with Living Classroom to actually expand their garden here to encompass more of a larger instructional space and garden beds, which are used not only by Living Classroom, but there's a garden committee on this site that's very passionate about their work. So this area will be in flux in terms of what it looks like, but the general use of it being an expanded garden and outdoor learning space is still desired. So taking up as much asphalt before impacting that EVA lane as possible to create a sense of a grove or a canopy closer to the building wings, which currently doesn't really exist. And then where we can, sprinkling in new trees adjacent to the hardcore area where it won't impact the solar canopy and can provide some interest in terms of species and greenery in the central space here. They really want a ball wall, so we're giving them a ball wall with a two-sided ball wall with 4 square encompassing in it. And then the largest improvement that we're looking at here, and this is all actually taking up a good amount of the lawn space that's adjacent to the site due to the various restrictions that I just mentioned. So in this project adjacent to these 2 playgrounds, it would be looking at converting the lawn into this kind of larger nature zone exploration outdoor learning space. And so we would maintain a smaller component of the lawn on the inside that could be used for supervisable play. but surrounding it with different uses such as a mindfulness walk, loop, groves of trees, an outdoor quiet zone, dedicated quiet zone where students can read under the trees or gather under the trees and be a little bit further away from the active play yard zones, and then a larger outdoor learning zone that can accommodate a full classroom as well, and various degrees of trees, whether sizes, canopies, and heights, to kind of create a sense of a grove or a forest at the end of this campus. That would really help amplify the uses of this zone for all students. But keeping in mind the existing sports leagues here, we understand there are 3 fields and a soccer field that's used here for different of the AYSOs. So we spoken to them about what the adequate amount of outfield space was needed for these different fields. So we've dashed in those use zones here so that you can see that we're still accommodating the necessary requirements for those leagues to perform in these different areas while being able to still take up a considerable amount of lawn for those improvements. So that would be Stevenson. And I think the last is this the last one?
I think it is.
Woo, okay. Last
almost there.
Therakoff. Therakoff. So just across the fieldway from Stevenson is Therakoff. Therakoff was a point of inspiration for us on this project when we did our site visit, because if you've been to Therakoff and you've seen this central space that they have between their classroom wings, it's this really remarkable outdoor nature zone with really beautiful mature trees, a nature walk that's provided by Living Classroom, some different sort of implementations of quasi-natural spaces for gathering, logs and stones and boulders, and there is a dry creek that runs through there as well. It's quite a beautiful space. It's really loved by this site's community, and when we saw that, we wanted to find a way to replicate that throughout all the sites. So that's kind of was one of our concepts that we worked off of when we were thinking about what grove settings and natural settings could look like at all the different school sites that we've proposed designs for. And so then, since Therakoff already had this really beautiful amenity in the middle, we wanted to create complementary spaces now throughout the rest of the campus that would be utilized by the school staff and its site community by incorporating additional tree canopy where possible, and then complementing their various different traditional structures there, as well as outdoor learning was kind of big for them. They wanted to make sure that they had a lot of spaces that can accommodate full classroom sizes outdoors, which is really exciting that they were willing to, if those spaces were built, they would be used. So starting kind of at the entry here, where this is the admin wing, these are the entry gates. This is kind of where pickup and drop off happens. We wanted to, these are existing lawn areas, and we wanted to convert them into kind of seeding zones and native planting zones with added trees for interest and added plants for interest, so that students had a safe space to wait in or wait before or after school. As well as we hear that PTA tends to meet out here sometimes informally, different groups of parents and site users will gather here. So kind of providing them a space for that at the entry here was something that we discussed with the school staff. Immediately upon entry, again, a lot of lawn conversions on the interior of campus to make them usable. So this is also currently a lawn space. And so being that this is kind of central to some of these larger classrooms here, this is the cafeteria over here, and there's some classrooms that are kind of accessed here. They like the idea of creating an outdoor classroom space that can be utilized for those different uses here as well. So we're looking at doing tables with umbrellas because we couldn't put a shade structure in here, which was a high priority for them due to the adjacency to the building, but using trees and umbrellas to kind of create this really nice semi-grove covered setting that can be used for outdoor instruction. In the initial plan, we had proposed doing also a performance space here, similar to the other sites, with added trees and planting and some raised boxes for classrooms. However, upon our recent site meeting, we discussed how this existing lawn space is actually very important for the after-school programs. And so when we were there visiting, we saw that the after-school programs, which are housed in these 2 buildings here, really use this space due to its easeability for supervision, and that after school, the fields are usually being used by the rec leagues or different types of groups. So this creates a really small lawn area that they can use informally for soccer, for throwing a football. So we're looking at maybe finding a space in zone 9 that we could do a smaller performance space, kind of similar to this design, by maintaining that lawn area for the after school program. So something like this may occur now at a smaller scale somewhere in the current nature exploration zone here. But we are looking at renovating, or not renovating, but revamping the existing nature walk pathway here to make sure it's accessible, the dry creek bed, doing some cleanup and renovating that as well, just to maintain those existing elements and make sure their long-term success is very important to staff. So we wanted to make sure we do that. I'll move to the play yard here. Similar concept to the other sites is providing kind of a nature zone that's adjacent to traditional play structure. So you have the play structure here, solar canopy here, and then removing asphalt and increasing root zone for the existing trees that are in this zone by adding trees as well and adding sensory elements so that students have a varying degree of play in this space, as well as removing asphalt and adding trees over here so that students have an area to sit adjacent to these spaces if they, rather have a more quiet space to gather in than being right adjacent to these play structures. Because if you've seen these students on these play structures at lunch, it is a very much so a jungle gym of kids doing all sorts of things. All the colored elements that you see here, different types of painting for to help reduce with heat reduction of the asphalt yards, but also to create some additional affirmation walks, which we'll work on with staff, providing some sort of like a storytelling on these existing pillars that are at their COF. We don't know why these pillars are here. We don't know what was the purpose of their creation, but at the very least, instead of leaving them as these raw pillars, we thought it would be really fun to stripe them, color them, paint them to provide either a story or affirmations or some sort of color to the pillars so that it actually becomes an element that students can walk along and enjoy as they go on. So that's what the colors signify here. Again, removing asphalt adjacent to play areas to create a nature sensory zone for students to have spaces for refuge and play. Similar concept as well here. So in all these concepts, we're not looking at removing existing trees. We're trying to add trees and improve root zones where there are existing trees. So that way we can ensure the long-term health of those canopies. And then lastly, Living Classroom currently operates in this space here. So we're looking at expanding that learning garden area, providing enough tables for a full class for instruction, and creating a more kind of accessible zone. And then the largest kind of improvement here as well is, I believe this is now TK, as well as kinder. And so this is all currently paving and looking at removing a lot of that paving or painting it to help with just creating a smaller shaded zone or a cooler zone that these students can play and gather in. Also an area for a full class of 64 instruction, some raised beds adjacent to their classroom so that they can maintain them closer to their facility versus having to navigate taking students out to this space. Additional tree canopy, a potential water play element, and then native planting improvements along the existing planted areas adjacent to the play area here and pathways. So essentially revamping a lot of these spaces by incorporating additional canopy and nature zones. And I believe that is it. So we've, as quickly as possible, have gone through all 10 school sites besides Vargas that are at its current state. With, as George mentioned, we just finished our last site committee meeting about a week ago with Montaloma and have meetings with Living Classroom upcoming, and then here with you all today to have any additional feedback that you may have for us or questions. Anything else, George, that I missed?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay. So I believe now is seeing if
Thank
we
you
do.
for the presentation. Did staff have anything else to add?
I just want to thank the school district for reaching out to us to offer this opportunity for the commission as well as the public to provide feedback. Thought that was really wonderful. And we've been in contact and we have been providing feedback and again, connecting the district with the youth sports organizations as well. So I appreciate the outreach efforts that they are doing on this project. And thank you both Carly and George for that presentation, and we can move to your questions.
Okay, so so the commission can make comments and ask questions. Before I turn it over to the commission, is there something specific you're looking for in terms of feedback?
General feedback.
General feedback, okay. Feedback, anybody?
Do you want to do you have any, does the commission have any questions first?
First one was, first to compliment you on everything you've done and the amount of coordination you've done. I was curious what the staff reaction was.
Oh,
and what your feedback was to them.
So the concepts that you have seen tonight are not the concepts that we reviewed with Carly and George. They have since made a lot of improvements to the concepts that they presented to you this evening. Overall, staff has been pretty supportive of the efforts that the district has made. And again, we have continued to share how the city utilizes the field specifically. The areas that are within the campus were not a conversation for us because those are not within the recreation areas of the joint use agreement. And so in our discussion, we purely focused on those field areas. So it was important for the city to communicate the sizes of the fields that our youth sports organizations use, which we did share. And as you can see in the concepts provided tonight, that they have taken that into consideration. Again, those fields are not going to be like lined like that, but it's just to show conceptually that the largest size field that would be played there will take place. And they have been very accommodating of the feedback that that we have provided. And I was not part of the meeting with the youth sports organization, but I believe that they took their feedback into consideration as well, which are incorporating to the concepts this evening.
Thank you on that. When I noticed you said no fiscal impact regards, so I take it there'll be no additional requirements of updating maintaining the fields or the areas surrounding the fields?
That's a great question. The joint use agreement clearly delineates the areas in which the city maintains, which is primarily the fields. And so I don't anticipate much impacts. And as the district continues to work towards their final plans, we will then have a conversation with the district if there are any impacts that we do need to discuss. But at this time, we're allowing this process to take shape. And then we will respond if there's some discussion that we need to have.
Thank you. I have two quick questions for you guys. What was the faculty reaction or feedback to you as far as I'm a former teacher, so I should let you know that. But how did were they receptive? I don't mean every single person, but generally, how receptive were they to it?
Yeah, the staff has typically been very excited about these projects. I mean, I'd say universally. So yeah, they've had comments obviously on particular aspects of them that we've taken into consideration and through our revisions, but I think they're all, like I said, universally excited about the changes, about the shade, about the diversity of experiences that are going to be, supported in these spaces. Living Classroom is generally pretty excited about the expanded facilities to support their instruction. So, yeah, the staff and the principals have been very supportive and excited to see this happen.
My last question is time frame. What or is that just unknown right now?
No, it's right now we are targeting as far as the completion of this schematic design phase, the May 22nd board meeting is when we're hoping to present the revised versions of these plans for board approval. And then we will be going from there into the construction documents, the documentation for each site. I would say about maybe 6 of these projects now look like they're going to be going in for DSA approval. So there'll be a permitting process that will take some time, but the goal currently is to have all 10 sites under construction next summer. So and completed, more or less by the end of next school summer.
Thank you.
26.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say this is super project. Kudos to everyone involved, because a lot of these campuses are pretty threadbare after years of trampling and kids running around, and getting more shade out there is really important. I'll just put in a plug for incorporating as many oak trees as possible. Those are the best habitat trees around. And to the extent that there's native plants that can withstand your average third grader, more better. It's interesting because it's been about 10 years since my child's been out of the elementaries and 7 since middle. And I still have lots of memories at the campuses, but then I was thinking about it, that's perception as an adult. So I wanted to say, I thought what you're doing is very kid-centric, and that's the way it should be. So, yeah, overall, I think, totally supportive of what's going on here, and it's definitely heading in the types of directions that I think, Mountain View recreation in general will be going with, incorporating more canopy and more biodiversity.
Yes, thank you. So congratulations. It looks like every one of these school campuses will really be better and more attractive and healthier for the kids after you make these changes. The campus I'm most familiar with is Landals, where my kids went and where I periodically go also. And I think what you're adding is wonderful, but I'm wondering if you've considered adding some more shading to the blacktop. I mean, the blacktop at Landals and in schools everywhere becomes so hot. Sometimes it looks like the planting is more on the edges, with the blacktop just left where it is. And schools in other places like in Paris, where the school is turning into an oasis, we're a place of refuge for the kids and for the community. So the fact that you're planting trees is just wonderful. And I would have loved to see even more trees. But a wonderful first step. So thank you for that.
So I'll start with a question and then some comments. So what's the overall budget that's allocated for this? Maybe I missed it. If you said it, I apologize.
The total project budget is about $15.5 million.
15.
Yeah, that includes, like our design fees, the construction management fees, permit fees, like all the soft costs. So it's roughly $1,050,000 in construction budget per school, with the middle schools having more. So Graham has almost double that. But yeah, so that's the overall project budget.
Okay, I mean, that's really not that big a budget for doing as much as so anyway, I'm really glad that the school district is doing this. I'm really glad that that we've included the city in the planning feedback. area. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Just, a couple little dinky comments. When I had seen the drawings first, I had sort of noticed the baseball field at Landell's just not being compatible foul ball wise with some of your other areas. So it probably does make sense to move that field, but it is an important field for Mountain View Little League. So be in touch with them as you do that. I also thought that the Castro Field leveling is probably a good idea. I think that field, I haven't been there in a while, but it used to be a fairly big neighborhood gathering area outside of the school day as well. I mean, a lot of pickup soccer and things like that. So making that field more usable is good. Although the berms were sort of nice as a vantage point. So you'll have to figure that out. But anyway, overall, I thought it was great. It's going to be great for the kids. And thank you for coming.
Yep, thanks, great presentation. As a former landscape architect and planner, I wanted to kind of pick up my pencil, and this looks like a lot of fun and really interesting work. Have you had any interaction with the city's biodiversity consultant? Any discussions on synergies? Doesn't sound like it.
No, we haven't had that connection.
I don't really, it seems to me, just at a rough appraisal, that in terms of how this impacts the Mountain View resident community, kids sports aside, it's kind of Landell's and the Castro sites have maybe more of an impact, and most of the other designs are really kind of internal school and student oriented. That's my perception. I don't know if that's correct or not. I would say a huge external community impact. But anyway, thank you very much for the presentation. And follow up later if I can remember what my other question was.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thank you and good luck on the completion of your design assignment.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, guys.
Public comment?
Yeah.
Is there any comment from the public?
We have one online.
And that is Mr. England.
Who else would it be at 11 o'clock? Thank you all for hanging in there and sticking with us. This is a very important project. And as a member of Green Spaces Mountain View, we talk about this a lot, the schools and how this works with the overall city projects and plans and so on that was just mentioned. So the biodiversity strategy and urban forest plan has some bearing on this. And I also wanted to, I think it's a great plan. I mean, what you're doing just sounds great. And I hope that you will pay adequate attention to removing as much asphalt as you can as part of this and avoid installing new artificial turf. These are both in the interest of promoting the outdoor learning project. And also students will notice inconsistencies in campus design. So I'm sure you're paying attention to these things, but I just wanted to mention it. Thank you.
We have one more online.
All right.
Mary.
Mary, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mary Dadio. I live in the Cuesta Park neighborhood, and there's been here, discussion from the neighbors. There's a lot of support for a lot more trees, so I'm excited to see so many new trees being added on. Really, it looks like almost all the campuses, and so I'm excited about that and the removal of asphalt because I'm really concerned about the heat island effect. So anything we can do to improve that is a positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I remember what my other question was, and it's really neither here nor there, but I was curious in your exchange with the faculty and the teachers, is there any discussion about sort of curriculum integration with improvements? I can think of biology or math or, sciences that, I know there's the outdoor learning affiliation, but did anyone talk about how curriculum is integrated with or associated with the designs?
We have brought, we have sort of mentioned that, and it's been mentioned in conversations that we've been part of. We're not involved in that, so it's a little bit outside of our scope on these projects.
Okay.
But we realize, there's things like maintenance that are being discussed, the additional maintenance requirements or the like transformation or re-envisioning of what, maintenance will look like, what a healthy landscape looks like may not be as manicured as what people are used to. So there's some operational adjustments that the district is planning on to align with these physical improvements, but exactly what those conversations are, we're not part of those conversations.
Thanks. All right, any other comment? Bill, anything? All right, thank you very much for the presentation, and again, good luck with the remainder of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Yeah.
You too.
Bye.
Good night. And speaking of good night, I think we'll wrap it up with any comments from staff.
The only comment I have is thank you for joining us here. As you can see, we have some things to work out, but most importantly, I want to thank Chris Parker for hanging out all night from IT to support us. Happy to be here. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to these two for other updates.
You know I do. All right, I'll try to make this quick. So upcoming, we have Earth and Arbor Day on April 19th. You should have received that notification. If you need more details, reach out. You all know Ringstar Park Aquatic Center opened. We just started swim lessons this week. We opened yesterday swim lessons, lots of happy families, very excited. It was a very feel-good moment yesterday afternoon. Continuing on with the aquatics theme, we are expanding our lap swim hours beginning on April 21st. The expansion includes opening at 7:30 a.m. Monday through Friday instead of 9 a.m. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the evening lap swim will start at 4:30 instead of 6:30. So we've been able to work with staff to provide additional time in the water. Music on Castro started last week. I stopped by there before coming to this meeting. It was great. And then we have our first magical bridge performance of a series this Friday at 4:00. We have 3 of those coming up this spring. And then we're always busy, so I'm gonna say that, but we are entering the busiest season for our teams in our entire department. So we've got summer coming up, spring break camps are taking place right now during the day this place has been hopping. So I'm very excited for the upcoming months.
That it? Okay, I think our next meeting is May 14th. Any preview of what we can expect on that agenda?
6 Heritage Street.
Some more heritage appeals.
Three more. Oh, boy. Yeah, I hope they're liquid amber.
Just if there's any way we can get them a little earlier, just because we actually go out to the sites and stuff like that, so.
Are they appeals from?
Their
or are they
property owner,
combination?
their property owner appeals again. Yeah, one of them is a resident in an apartment complex that's appealing it. So, not the property owner, but.
I'd actually like to get more clarity from the city attorney on the commission's role in mitigation recommendations.
Yeah, and I'm gonna work with Diana and David to maybe draft some template language. If you want to support a tree appellant, language that would avoid having to like wordsmith everything and that you can maybe fill in the blanks. So I noted that.
Thank you.
That'd be useful.
Sure, it's like a little back
I
pocket.
talked to them
That was
in the hallway
actually-
about that.
That was Christine texting me during the meeting with that suggestion, so I was like, oh, good call, yeah.
And
Just kind of,
Allison and I did the same.
yeah.
We're all the same.
Yeah, yeah.
At 11:06, I adjourned the meeting.